Okay, hello everyone. It's great to see you all here, and hey, welcome to Bit1 2023. This is already a sixth year in a row, even though there was a corona, but still sixth year in a row. So that's something. And also, if you are watching through stream, welcome. Good to see you also here, or not see, but here maybe on the chat. But yeah. So, with the Bit1, well, most of you already know, but if there's someone on the stream who doesn't know, this was made for game dev students, for you to gather some experience and learn about selling your ideas and pitching your game ideas, gathering feedback, getting mentoring from for the industry professionals. So, yeah, that's what we've been doing for the 6 years now, and it's going to be the same today. So, today we are here at HypeHype, who is our lovely sponsor. So give it a hand for HypeHype for letting us being here. Hype is real. HypeHype is also real. And so, today we are starting with pitching. There will be 11 teams today pitching here, so we are on a tight schedule so that we don't fall behind a lot. And after the teams have been pitched, then we will go to the other side of this wall and start with the game testing. So that's our plan for today. From all of these teams, we are going to see 1 minute trailer, and after that here 3 minutes of pitching, and then our lovely jury here will ask few questions about that game. And about our jury, we have here Sergei Koziakov from Order of Meta. Then next there is Aapo Latvala from Microsoft, and Chris Hamilton from Genvid Technologies, and also from all of the organizations around game industry. And there's also Jasmine Danke from Mainframe Industries. Yeah. So 4 judges today. Unfortunately, one of our judges, Juha Huhtakallio, if you're watching, it would be nice to have you here, but he fell sick, so no Juha today. But yeah. And yeah, about the rules of this game, what the jury here is looking for is commercial potential, the technical execution of your game, and uniqueness, which includes the art also. And jury has already tested 5 of your games at home. All of them have tried different 5 games, and the rest of the 6 games they will try here on site later. So don't worry if a few of the judges won't come on your side today, because they already tested your game. But yeah, for the further notice, we will start pitching with first team, that is Timeless and Bardia Ekbali. Let's see the trailer and give it a hand. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bardia, and I'm here to present Timeless, an action-adventure game with a time-bending twist. In Timeless, time only moves close to you. So as you get close to objects, they come to life and start moving, and when you walk away, you see them slowly go back, faded in time. In our game, oh no, is this the... Okay. Our mechanic brings a new twist to all the classic action-adventure mechanics out there. This, like things like puzzles and traps that are time-bound now react to where you are, or enemies that were far away and dangerous now become harmless. We were really focusing on this, bringing it together, removing all hacking and slashing to focus on using your wits and this mechanic to defeat your enemies, and that's most of the core loop of the game. And of course, there's a narrative to unfold and things to learn about the world. Inspired by Superhot and Braid with their unique time mechanics, and Hades and Tunic with their amazing combat and narrative, we present Timeless, where you awaken as a child of the protectors of the flame of time. Attacked by the machines, you grab the last spark of time, go through the mountain, and defeat the machines, restore time to the world. So where do we want to go with this? We want to complete the experience and release it on PC, and maybe port it to all consoles later as a unique indie title with a price tag. It's a niche market from mid to hardcore players, but it also bleeds into the action-adventure enjoyers that do not necessarily look for an indie title. Our simple mechanic that is built to be intuitive allows everyone to pick up the game, but also adds depth with each variation. And it allows us to extend this experience, hopefully. And then we also have a lot to tell through the narrative to make the game memorable and truly timeless. Now, puns aside, that means that we need to actually compete with all the games out there. And it might sound scary, but games like Tunic and Cult of the Lamb have shown that small indie teams can create good success in this genre. And games like Maquette and Cocoon have shown that there is a market out there for games like us with a unique twist. So here at Team Timeless, we really believe that we have what it takes. And thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Bardia. And then, judges, any questions for the team?
That was a good presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's your gameplay estimate? How long will your game be?
We are looking for somewhere around 4 hours of gameplay. With that amount, it looks like something that people are looking for, like willing to pay for in an indie title that would be priced fairly not expensive, so like around 20 euros. That would be the benchmark that we did with that amount of gameplay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Another question?
Not really a question, but I already play tested the game, and I just want to congratulate you. Congratulate you, beautiful art and audio. I love the narrative. Really good job.
Thank you very much.
It's really nice. Good hand to that. Yeah. If there's no more questions, apparently, I say thank you, and also really like the art. So, yeah, one more hand for this team. Thank you. Timeless. Yeah. Yeah. So, that was our first team. That was a good opening. Thank you for that. Then we will have the Bucket Brawl, and there is Katja Vulli and Mariana Ylitalo from that team. So give it a hand.
name is Katja and this is my sister Manna, and today I came here to talk to you about our game called Bucket Brawl. So you may have heard about this thing that Finnish people have called ilmaiset ämpärit, free buckets. In Bucket Brawl you throw your friends with buckets and push them off a ledge. First player to get 3 points wins the game. We want to stand out from other party games with tiny bit of arcade feeling and competitiveness. Players can choose their own animal character and customize it with their favorite color. With our delightful toy-like visual style, we've created an eye-catching and optimized experience. Every map has their own mechanics, and we want to make every map feel like their own unique game mode. In Bucket Brawl, we are focusing on brawler-type game mode, but Bucket Brand works well with other game modes and minigames too. Bucket Brawl is expandable to different consoles and into an online multiplayer. Some of the biggest party games have worked as our inspiration. People who play these games belong to our target audience. We also compete with these games that we got our inspiration from. We've done research on these games, compared what feels good and what feels bad, and combined our favorite features. Bucket Brawl releases on Steam as a free demo in May 2023. Before launching into early access, we will start working on additional content and online multiplayer. The price for early access will be $12.99, and Bucket Brawl will have its full release in 2024. Our team consists of 8 bucket heads. We didn't know each other before the project, but we had a shared vision of party games. We gathered around the sofa to play and analyze different party games. This is how the idea of Bucket Brawl was born. We have been developing the game for about 3 months now, and we are very excited to continue it even further. We also post on social medias. Here are some of the pictures we posted there. On that note, you know what to do. I'm Katja, and this is Manna, and we are Bucket Brawl. Thank you.
Thank you, that was fast. It was even under 3 minutes, so you really practiced. That's nice. So, it looks cute from my eye, but how about the jury? How do you feel about?
Yeah, maybe I can start. I mean, I think it's almost unfair competition. I think you should quit university and just start your studio. I mean, you're ready. It looks like a Supercell prototype, you know. That's all I can say. I mean, fantastic presentation. I mean, I haven't played it yet, but overall, UX seems to be there. I'm a huge Gang Beast fan, and I can't wait to play it.
Thank you.
Yeah, likewise. I'm not even finished, but the bucket thing works.
How long have you been developing it?
For about 3 months now.
That's fast.
Wow, thank you very much for so awesome presentation and awesome game. And what was the most challenging part in your development?
Well, the part where we want the players to, you know, come back to our game, so we needed to make the game interesting enough so people will come back and play it. I think that was the most challenging part, but I think we have, you know, managed to make it like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there something else? Jonne, do you want to add something? Your game designer. Okay, well, that's also tell something that he's speechless. He rarely is, so yeah. Hey, well, thank you for this, and let's give it a big hand for the Bucket Brawl. Thank you. Let me just there. And then we will have our third team. And this team, I like this name, it's team 404. Hopefully we won't get that code later. And the game is called Mänteater. So let's see the trailer.
Mänteater. Destroy. Mänteater.
Hello everyone, my name is Eetu Hentunen, I'm from Team 404 and I'm here to present our game Mänteater. So what is a Mänteater, you might ask? Well, it's a man-eating ant-eater, and that is what you get to play as. Our game is based on the 1986 arcade classic Rampage, and in Mänteater you take control of the giant mutated ant-eater that has spawned from the toxic wastes of a hyper-capitalistic industrial hellscape. The player's objective is to take revenge on the polluters and destroy everything, building by building. And of course, they will encounter resistance from the armed forces. So the question becomes, how much can you wreak havoc before you've been gunned down? Now, the player has the ability to climb these buildings, smash them with their giant claws, and uniquely use the anteater's tongue to eat the human enemies from the windows, much like an actual anteater would in the wild. As the player has destroyed all the buildings, they will progress to the next stage, and in a classic arcade fashion, the goal is to beat the high score. And as the score gets higher, the more aggressive the enemies become, and the player will quickly learn that they must stay on the offensive at all times, because if they stay put for too long, they will be overwhelmed by a bullet hell. Now, currently we are offering Mänteater for free on itch.io, but if we were to monetize this game, we feel like a single purchase of a very small amount would be the right for this game. It is frankly quite a short and simple experience, but we are confident that people who love these types of cartoony and B-movie style games would find value in our humorous setting, pixel art style, and original soundtrack. And of course, as well, retro game enthusiasts in general and fans of the original Rampage arcade game. So I hope to see many of you play Mänteater today for yourselves. Thank you very much.
Nice. Thank you, thank you. Well, anteater is one of my favorite animals, so I don't like to see it gunned down, but yeah. So please play well, so this won't happen.
The anteater will has its vengeance.
Yeah. Is this like part 2?
Yeah, maybe. This is the end screen if you get the high score.
Nice. Okay, but how about judges? How do you feel about Mänteater?
If you were to commercialize it, what would be your next development steps? How would you expand from your current situation?
Well, in the current situation, the gameplay doesn't change too much from stage to stage, so we would firstly incorporate more enemy types. We now have 2 enemy types. Having maybe flying enemies would be the next step.
Thank you for your game. And what the platforms? What about the platforms?
Well, it's developed for PC, and we think that is most likely the right platform for this game. Maybe consoles, but we haven't got into the process of getting a game to the console market.
Thank you very much.
Jasmine?
Yeah, another game I already play tested. You really captured the retro feel so well. It's so polished. So congratulations again, great presentation, and yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Nice. We can have one more question if Jonne, you want to say something.
The pressure. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of potential there if you want to expand it. Like definitely more gameplay variety and like that would do the trick. I think there would be a potential to play games like this, like now with Riot and games like that on Switch. So why not? So definitely something you can expand on. Yeah.
That's nice. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this. Give it a hand. Okay. So, thank you Mänteater and Eetu Hentunen. The fourth team that we will be having here today is Cardosseum, Team Shuffle and Eero Nirhama. But first, let's see their trailer. Give it a hand.
Hi, I'm Eero from representing Team Shuffle, and this is our game called Cardosseum. And as you can see, it's a fantasy game, and it's a single-player roguelike deck builder, and that's a lot of words to just push on someone, but if you're familiar with the game Slay the Spire, this is very similar, and the Slay the Spire is also what we are kind of using as a basis on market viability. The game sold over 1.5 million copies, and there have been many attempts on recreating, like capturing the lightning in a bottle again, but we hope we did it ourselves. And if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, other similar games would be, well, Inscription and Monster Train are very similar, and if you're not familiar with those either, it's kind of like a single-player Hearthstone where you're facing against a randomly generated challenge every time. And the randomly generated challenge is in a comedic fantasy world filled with magic and whatever we felt was funny to put in. It's fine to break rules, it's whatever. But the main appeal, the main idea of the game and its story is to get revenge against the champion wizard who, well, he hired a hitman to tell your dog it's a bad boy. Of course you want to get revenge. But you get revenge against him by advancing through the entire tournament first, and you have to face weird and new kinds of magicians. Some of them are based on real-world magic tricks like escaping a water tank or a straitjacket, and some of them are math wizards, and it can get wacky, and eventually the enemies might be more traditional wizards like earth-manipulating geomancers and stuff. As for the gameplay itself, you saw it's sped up at the start, but I'll do my best to explain it in this short amount of time. It's a deck building game, which means as you progress through the tournament, you will get cards, you will remove cards from your deck, and you will add cards to it, and you use those cards to do actions in combat, like dealing enemy and stunning the enemy. And using those cards, the main appeal of a deck battle game is synergies between those cards. So you stun the enemy, and then you play a card that deals extra damage to a stunned enemy, and so on and so on. There's a lot of different combinations that come from those cards. And where you gain those cards is, well, you can get the Coin Wizard's card by defeating the Coin Wizard. That's how video game logic works. But there's also, in combat itself, you can use the enemy will have their own special cards that they will use against you in combat. So you can, up here you can see what the enemy is intending to do many turns in advance, and you can be prepared for when they will use their powerful special card. But another thing besides your deck that you need to manage is your resources. you won't gain health and you won't gain your mana back after you lose them in combat. So it's the you have to plan far ahead. You have to starting from the very first combat encounter you end up in. You will need to start gathering mana, start saving your health, and start trying to get as strong of a deck as possible to defeat the powerful bosses. And then
that was actually 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Sure.
3 minutes,
Yeah.
I just go through. There we go.
Yeah, I can start. I'm bad at asking questions. I'll just give my opinion. I've been really captured by the characters. I think the writing is so funny and witty. We already got the laughs. I think there's definitely some innovation in that kind of genre. You know, I'm a big Slay the Spire fan, so seeing the meta with the character development and having different things that you can do, I really loved that.
Thank you.
Nice.
I didn't get a chance to play this one, but what was the platform and what was monetization?
Right, we kind of had to skip that. Sorry, I kind of mismanaged my time.
You can go back to that slide and here. Help.
This is we're going to release this on PC first, like many other games like this do. But then there's also options depending on the publishers and time and so on. These games usually trickle onto the mobile market at some point. But starting at PC and starting in English, but there's a surprisingly big market in Asia too. So this is has to be localizable there too.
Congratulations for for being the first team who added credit card into the card game. And any plans for a PvP?
No plans currently. It's something that's asked a lot about games like these single-player deck builder games, but it's usually not a feature that appears in them. We have to do more research on why that is. It's possible that these mechanics are not suited for it, or they could be suited for it. So we'll have to see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, there is still one more question to come.
So, like, how have you, like, did you research Slay the Spire? How did you get the card mechanics? Or like, do you have a background on card games? How did you make sure that the card gameplay is fun?
Well, two of our team members were big fans of Slay the Spire, but the one team member who got appointed as the one who designs cards and the gameplay itself actually hadn't played these games at all. So it was kind of a collaborative effort, but he put in some interesting ideas. Mostly the fun and balance in this game is just playtesting.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, that's nice. I would say, like, the compliment that I mostly give to games is that it's a good mayhem, and I feel this story is a good mayhem.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's my comment, and thank you. So. There. So that was Team Shuffle and Cardosseum, Eero Nirhama, and thank you for that. Next, we are having a middagpause team and Animal Planner and pitching Chao Kui. So let's see the trailer.
About likes and dislikes. In this game, you try to make all animals happy by satisfying their unique needs. For example, in this very beginning level, there are sheep and wolves. sheep likes grass and afraid of wolf. So you have to move the sheep and make it next to grass tile and away from the wolf. And also the wolf is allergic to the cabbage, so you have to make it away from the cabbage. And the combination of the different animals could create some fun situations and puzzles. Like in this level, there are pigs and bears. Pigs are like cabbage, and bears are very shy, so they have to be alone. Like there shouldn't be any animals next to them, and the eggs can duplicate any animals next to it. And also the combination of different animals, tiles, and objects could create lots of interesting situations and levels. So it's really easy to make more levels based on the mechanics. And there's also a star rating system for this game. It means if the less moves you use to solve a puzzle, the more stars you will get for this level. And this will make the level fun to replay for the solution optimization. And the stars you get from the levels are used to unlock furnitures and then use them to decorate the rooms you have and also unlock new regions or areas of the map, level map. And now the game has more than 50 puzzles and 10 animals and 15 furnitures. I think the people who enjoy traditional puzzle games like block sliding games and Sudoku games will enjoy this game. And I also found during the playtest, the kids and parents are really enjoying playing this game together. And the game would be published on mobile platforms and also PC, and it could be a single purchase game. Yes, thanks. That's it.
Thank you, thank you. This is so cute looking, and there was already crowd shouting, so wow. But how about jury?
I just want to wish you all the best because I'm a huge fan of your game since I first time played. So that's all. You guys doing best, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Great work. I actually have a question for you. What inspired you to make a game that is not about combat and no fighting at all, but actually about making others happy?
Yeah, I think that's what I enjoy the game making or game developing, just make my players happy. And I also found when I play in puzzle games, usually there are no combats, but really enjoy the eureka moments or the findings when I play the game. That's why I make this genre.
Wonderful. Another tip, you said it's going to be a single purchase, but I think the meta of the game with the cosmetics, lends itself for some free-to-play if you want to scale the business or maybe find a publisher, just as a note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I need to continue with Jasmine's point, what she pointed there, that I wouldn't go single purchase route. Like you can make your players happy with other models too. Like maybe even have it free and have a €5 buy me a coffee button. Anything except like single purchase. Like there's some multiple ways you can talk with professionals like how to think about monetization, but like you will win and players will win. They don't mind any like free to play or some other models either. So really nice game. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your advice.
Okay. Is there any more questions? Okay. Well, let's give it a hand. Wow. Thank you. And apparently you did this like all to yourself, like by yourself? The graphics and all by yourself? Okay, nice. So 2 team. Okay. So there. So that was Animal Planner, and we have one more before we are going on a break. So it will be Team Toop da Toop. I like this name. So points from that. These points won't get you win, but Toop da Doot get point. And the game is TNSI, totally not Space Invaders. Pitching is Miska Lehtinen, and let's see the trailer for this. This is not Space Invaders.
Yes, hello. So, the game is TNSI, totally not Space Invaders, and I am Team Toop the Toop. It's just me here today, and always, actually. But, yes, what is this game? Well, this is a space-themed top-down shooter with bullet hell elements. And as you could see probably in the trailer, yes, bullet hell is one of the main mechanics in this game. Arcade-like single-player experience. So you play a level, return to menu, change level loadout, and go again. Not especially any story or that much of a, how would I say, story mode. So more like of an arcade experience. Goal of the game is to survive against endless waves of increasingly stronger enemies and gain as many points as you can. So classic high score hunt. Well, how is it played? You will collect points, XP, coins, while dodging and destroying waves of enemies, and when enough XP is collected, as you could see in the trailer, you gain different upgrades to your spaceship. They are in many different categories, so to say. Do I have something about that? No, really. Stages within level chains according to score. And with collected coins, player can purchase different new weapons and skills from the shop in the menus between the games. Who should play this? Well, my target audience is mostly people already familiar with games, maybe shooters, because that is an important part of this game. Looking for a fun challenge between more serious games, so smaller sessions, so to say. At the moment, platform would be PC, though consoles are an option, a possibility in future maybe. Why should anyone play this? That is always a good question. I believe that games should be challenging and challenge the player to play the game. It is always more fun to learn to play the game than just breezing through everything. Not a single run in the game will be the same because the upgrades and such are always randomized, so you won't ever get what you exactly are looking for. A lot to do. I'm planning for some achievements and score milestones. Password system, classic thing is also there, character unlocks and so forward. Theoretical monetization, freemium, with the supposed packages for custom cosmetics and such, or just a single purchase for a small price, depending on how big of the game this will be.
And that's time.
And that is time. And it is question time. I predicted this, yes.
There.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Well done. Is it the first time you've developed a complete game by yourself?
Yes, actually it is.
What is your biggest learning?
Excuse
Your
me?
biggest learning doing it all by yourself?
It takes a lot of time, especially when I do everything by myself, by graphics and music and coding and so forth. So yes, it takes a lot of time, especially when I'm doing this between school. So yeah.
It looks really cohesive. Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah, I just quite enjoyed the retro effect of everything that you were going with. It like I played a lot of these games growing up, so it's kind of nostalgic for me.
Yeah, it mostly comes because I'm not that good at modeling, so low poly models tend to give that impression. But yes, when I noticed that what I can do with modeling, the retro aesthetic was kind of given.
You mentioned password system and progression within the game, but how about other game modes, like rhythm-based stuff, etc.?
Not planned at the moment. What you saw was the player is on the lower end of the screen and enemies come from the top, but there is plans for changing the perspective for different levels. For example, player is on the middle and the enemies come from every possible direction, and that is most what I'm planning to do with different game modes. Expect yes, at the moment game progresses with score, but there is plans for time-based. So when game hits 5 minutes, there will be certain enemies and so forward.
Thank you for a presentation. I noticed that you added some new ingredient to the classic bullet hell, the aim lock, right? Don't you fear that it will make the game, this game style, more hardcore to manually aiming on the enemies?
Maybe. I personally like when there is challenges, I already said, and making the player multitask with aiming and dodging and collecting different things. I think that is fun for me, at least.
For me too. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the questions from the jury. Thank you for those. This really brings me memories. So, well, actually I have one more question. Like, how much time have you used for this? Since you're like a single developer, so.
Yeah, well, the base was actually done over a year ago when this was a at lesson. The teacher said that we should make a small demo on Unity. So I made this kind of shooter game, very different what this is, but the basic premise was the same in a way. And I actually started to make a proper game out of that demo last fall. Yes, last fall. Okay. So a little bit under a year.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hey, thank you for this, and give it one more clap. Yeah. There. Okay, so that was our first 6 pitches, and we're a little bit ahead of a time, so we are having break now. So please stretch your legs, you can use toilet, grab a drink, and come back at 2 o'clock, so 15 minutes break. Yeah, see you in 15 minutes. We're back. Everyone seems to be back on their places. And yeah, that was a nice break. There was a good chatting going on here. Hopefully it will continue later. And a few more things that I would like to mention would be that prizes. We will be giving out diplomas for best of each category. So there will be best of commercial potential, best of technical execution, and best of the uniqueness categories. Other than that, there will be one winner team, might be one of these three, or might be someone else. That's up to the jury to decide. But those are what we are having. And also, there is audience choice. Few of you might have noticed that there are QR codes around the site, few here and there. And from there, you can vote your favorite team. I trust that you are not voting yourself. That wouldn't be fair. And if I see that the biggest team here will be having more votes than the others, there might be some questioning. But so prepare for that. But yeah, so you can vote. Everyone here can vote. And also, you at home, at stream, after the pitches, we will send link to the game testing, so you can test all of these games at home, and then you can also go and vote your favorite. So, after the pitching, game testing link for you on stream, and also audience choice voting will open after the pitching. Yeah, so that's from my side. We can continue with the pitches now. So, next pitching team here will be Foxylicious. The game name is Swipe Minor, and the pitcher is Nora Holmberg. So, let's see the trailer.
So hello everyone, my name is Nora from Team Foxylicious, and I'm more than excited to introduce to you Swipe Minor. Now the video demonstrated the gameplay pretty well, so I will be focusing on other topics for this presentation. So now, Swipe Minor is for everyone, but it is also a perfect fidgeting tool. So let me tell you more about that. Now fidgeting, also known as stimming, is a common behavior in neurodivergent persons who have, for example, autism or ADHD. It is It's a repetitive behavior which helps the player or the person to calm down and helps with stress, anxiety, boredom, and overstimulation. Now, how does our game help with this? You can see the progression in the game very well, and you can sense it as well. We have sensory and sound therapy with sound and vibration feedback, and this will help the player to get immersed into the game and forget about their troubles. So a bit about our marketing plan. It went the wrong way. Yes, so about the marketing plan. It's going to be free so that it can be played by anyone and everyone. The gameplay is pretty slow in the beginning and during the gameplay, so if the player wants the full benefit of the fidgeting feature, they can purchase the ultimate pickaxe for ultimate speed and ultimate satisfaction. All the in-game purchases are spice of life things, so the player is not forced to buy anything, but they can buy gems to buy explosives and special upgrades in the game. So upcoming features, to give the player a good reason to join daily, we are going to implement daily spin and daily quests, which will reward the player. For the more competitive players, we are going to add a leaderboard and weekly challenges and competitions so that they can compete against each other. Now, the layout on the game is still to have been decided. For now, it is just colors, and if it's going to stay this way, we are planning on implementing colorblind mode for those who have, So, that's all from me. I appreciate your attention, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you. I think this would be a good game for me, actually. But hey, how about jury? How do you feel about
Absolute
this?
10 points for considering colorblind mode. Huge respect for that. I wish audience would get a hand clapping for that. That's a great thing to consider. Since you are also going for the fidgeting perspective, have you considered over-simulation to be an issue with the game? What is your expected playtime per play session for each player?
It depends on what they are going to play. If it's for fidgeting, it could be during class, just like listening to the teacher, just swiping. Then, of course, it could go up to like 15 minutes or even more. And for children, I think it would be in the same range, about like 10 minutes. For someone who just wants to have a quick play of the day, it would be like probably 5 minutes, because we are focusing on getting like the daily things to be that the player could spend like 5 minutes on the game,
Curious to hear about which games and what overall inspired you to make this.
One of the biggest inspirators have been Cookie Clicker. The one thing that I'm sad in Cookie Clicker is that you can't see the progression. It's just clicking and only like the money number. But Cookie Clicker is definitely one of the biggest. Yeah, I would say so,
Thank you for the presentation. It was really good. I was very intrigued by the gameplay. At first, I was like, hey, is this a cookie clicker? But then I was like, okay, there's more to it. And like Chris said, it's really cool to see games that help people. So, giving a hand to you, really great idea. I think regarding maybe the business model, maybe there is also merit in reaching out to medical institutes or other such, or a mentor who has an idea about educational games or games that help people with certain conditions, because I see you have that whole like retention layer with the daily things and the usual mobile things coming there. But I wonder if there's maybe even another market to leverage this, but it looks very polished. Great job.
That's nice to know, and I'll take note of that for the future.
Yes, I really like the idea. There's so many good things, but there's also like, in general, it's really good. But I think there's like a tiny pieces of polish everywhere that you need to do. Like just for example, you aim both kids and neurodivergent people, and also monetize. So there's a lot of like tiny like things you need to consider, so that it looks like a game. If a student is having that in the classroom, teachers might be concerned. So there's a lot of like just tiny nudges. You need to make sure you have them in the right direction. And I think you're gonna have a great run. So really interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess that's the question. So, thank you. How about the audience here? Would you play this during the class? Yeah? Anyone? Yeah. Okay, you need it right now. Okay, so thank you, Nora, for opening this next speeching session. And next will be Roni Rissanen pitching game Chronological. So let's give it a hand and see the trailer.
Yes. Hello, my name is Roni Rissanen. I'm presenting my game Chronological. So Chronological is a single-player co puzzle game. So the co part comes from working with your past self. So player movement is recorded. Every time you do something, the same character will do it again. So when you choose the other characters, the previous character will replay the movement. Think first, platform after. So we will go step by step how the game works. People have a really tough time understanding, so we will do it slow and step by step. So first you choose the blue character, then you will decide what you need to do. There's an obstacle blocking the path to the goal, which is the green star. So you move the blue character to the button, which allows the orange character to then move. But when you choose the orange character, the stage is reset. However, this time the blue character remembers what it's done last time around. And now the yellow character can reach goal. So, it's going to be on Steam, low price, single purchase. I'm targeting 2 hours of content since it's the refund window. At the moment, I'm around halfway done with the game. Hopefully, the later stages are going to be harder, so I can get more content with less effort. So yeah, what makes this game cool, unique mechanic. Then inspiration from Portal, Braid, Fez. There have been big hits in the genre, but it's quite niche at the same time. So yeah, PC is a convenient platform for me. So yeah, about the team, it's just me. So yeah, I'm Roni from Kotka. I'm studying game programming. I'm hoping to graduate as soon as possible. Post-release plans, mobile port. The game is intentionally kept simple so that it's possible with little effort. And there's going to be a much bigger market, but they are more casual than the PC market, but I don't think that's going to matter. Yeah, thanks. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. I have questions, but let's Jury can do it first.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Great job. I was right away seeing Braid in there also, which I love. I think the game level looks really solid, as you know, and you mentioned it's hard sometimes for players to understand, so I would just definitely give you the tip. Just work on the core loop with some play testers, like check if there is something in the genre, how did they do a tutorial, or how do they improve the UX maybe of the elements so it's easier to understand. Maybe just a tutorial would even solve all your problems.
Yeah, I tried to, but the text boxes that explain the game, but people never read them.
That is true.
Great job, thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to playing this one.
Same here.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell about tutorial and onboard and a little bit effort to onboard and everything gonna be very good.
Well, you know, I actually ended up with a question after all. So, why are these characters here? What's their story? Have you thought of a story yet?
Well, the story was initially that they are the sons of the god of time, Kronos. He has eaten the children, and they need to escape. That's why the time is working so funky. But then I'm just one guy. I don't want to draw these assets, so now it's kind of just dudes in hoodies running around.
Maybe you'll find a narrative designer here.
I hope you finish it.
Yeah. Do you wanna one more comment?
Yeah, it's just I like the mechanic. Keep on working on it. You will be surprised how fast and how slow people will play through the game. So the 2-hour window is quite narrow. Yes, and you will be surprised how difficult it will be maybe to do the last levels when you're running out of juice and ideas and maybe mechanics. So it will take longer than you expected, and then people will play through it faster than you expected and also slower than expected. So yeah, onboarding is the key. Make it really simple. Start with one character, and also think about UI elements like button. Obviously, it glows. But like moving objects, maybe make them stand out so that players instantly know, okay, that is a moving object. So a little bit like color adjustment, and I think you're good to go.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, my question was, do you know any other games that use this kind of a co-op with yourself? Because that's really unique.
Yeah, the idea is stolen from Ratchet & Clank, A Crack in Time. There's a minigame that uses a similar mechanic, but I wanted to make a whole game out of it.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so let's give it a hand. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you. Okay, there I need like third hand for this, but yeah. So thank you, Ronnie, one more time, and then we have Off the Rails Studio, game name Orcs on Train, and it's Alexander Grönroos. So let's see the trailer.
Yes, hello, I'm Alexander from the developers of Orcs on a Train, and we are a really small team, only 4 people, that met in January, and we had a school project that we had about 7 weeks to make the initial game. And what is Orcs on a Train? It's a single-player turn-based game in a fantasy punk setting, where you as the player take control of the 3 orcs and help them, guide them, and complete the challenges that the train has to offer. And as further you progress through the train, you will encounter new environments, new enemies, and with those challenges, you have to use the different abilities with the orcs. And our game is visually stunning. It's easy to learn, and it's all, we tell the story about 3 orcs that after a wild bachelor party end up on this eldritch horror train. And with low poly shell shaded art style, we tell this story. And we are focusing on putting it on PC, and we're gonna sell it around 10 euros at undercutting the competition at the moment. Yeah. Our target group is the turn-based community. We have done intense research, and we have gotten really good feedback from external testing. and there's a big market for turn-based games. And at the moment, we are focusing on adding more abilities to the orcs and customizing the look of them, that when you see them, you know what they can do. And also, more levels. We are focusing on having between 15 and 20 levels, depending on if it makes sense with the story. We don't want to have like filler levels. Yeah, so don't miss the train and jump aboard and play this today.
Thank you. Just like robbing a train in Red Dead Redemption 2.
No, it's every level will change.
Okay.
For example, the first level is of course a train.
Yeah.
But then the second level, you will notice, oh, it's a dungeon all of a sudden.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, we are drip feeding the story between levels.
Okay.
Yeah.
It starts with the train.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how about?
As being a huge fan of turn-based strategies and made one years ago, I just want to pay a bit more attention to onboarding and tutorial as well, especially without lots of text. But anyway, I like very much and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your main differentiator from your competition right now? It's a niche market. There's plenty of excellent titles out there, but there's not particularly bad games out there. They're all kind of good in their own sense. What is the extra spice you're bringing to the table?
Well, first, a catchy name. But the most important stuff is to avoid a burnout, because I play a lot of turn-based games. And one thing that always happens when you start a new campaign, 10 hours in, burnout hits. So we want to focus on a single-player campaign and have like each level around 15 to 20 minutes.
Platforms this is coming to?
We are having PC as focus, but when like developing, we also have like mobile devices in mind, like not making it too heavy on the graphics and stuff.
Yeah, in which case you want to be cautious about the 15-minute play cycle.
Okay.
Good point. Thanks for the presentation. Wild story narrative. I was like, all right, I have definitely felt fresh and new. Combat looked very genre known, like I could get into the game right away. I love the cell shading style. The one thing that was throwing me off a bit, that the art styles was quite different depending, if you saw the intro parts or some of the UI elements also. Like doing some polish on those would help you to have a more coherent product to ship later.
Yeah, like I said, we had 7 weeks, so everything happened at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are slowly.
But great job on shipping something.
Thank you.
Yeah, I kinda like the little bit rough, like standing animations, everything that you can go like Jasmine said, you can go like or I can I'm saying that you can go to any direction you can, but like Jasmine said, you need to have a direction. So like just pull it together in any way. A lot of good stuff going on there. Just to polish it together, and I think you have a good start. So interesting game. Looking forward to playing it.
Yes, thank you.
Nice. That's actually really good feedback to that. Looking forward to play it. So, yeah, you will do it later. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And let's give it a hand. Thank you. There. Now we have only 2 teams left. So, next one is a tag development team, and surprise, the game name is Tag, Tower Attack Game, and Esko Evtukov. So let's see the trailer. Tag.
How do I go back with this? Yeah, here we go. Okay, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Esko. Sorry, line. Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Esko. Here's our team. We made this game. We have a 3-person team. It's a small team. I'll be presenting Tag Tower Attack game. So, what is Tag? Tag is a new and novel approach to the tower defense genre. Everyone's heard of like a tower defense game or played a tower defense game before. Our game is kind of like that, but in reverse. So, how does that work in practice? Let's look at the mechanics. First, the player has a screen full of towers, enemies that they need to kill. After that, the player puts a path down. Then, if the video will work, excellent. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. The video doesn't want to work. Well, anyway, you saw the trailer. We'll like skip ahead. Basically, the ships would fly around, destroy the towers. You earn resources from destroying the towers. You can buy upgrades to improve your convoy. And then the gameplay loop closes. New towers appear on the screen, and the towers get harder and harder as the game progresses. And currently, the gameplay loop is a roguelite style game that continues endlessly until you lose. Currently, we have 6 different towers with all different special abilities, which creates many wide different gameplay scenarios that are very interesting for the player on top of our procedural generation engine. Now, let's talk market viability. Our core demographics are tower defense fans, strategy fans, turn-based tactics fans, then we have fans of abstract games, fans of retro futurism sci-fi, and of course fans of Neon Genesis Evangelion, the anime. It's because we take heavy inspiration from that anime, and people will recognize it. The anime is worshipped on the internet. So basically, here are some reasonably similar games or similar successful games that we take inspiration from, and we want to show to prove that there is a market for, like, TD is super popular. There's a market for tower defense games, and Into the Breach is the closest design relative that we have to our game. We don't want to compete with these games. We want to do something novel and interesting so that the fans of these games get interested in what we're doing. Now, let's talk business model. We're going to publish on a shoestring budget. We're thinking of PC game release, 10 to 15 euros asking price, maybe like have a mobile games release later on if things go well. Now, let's talk about feedback from the internet. We released a free version of our game a year ago. We marketed it on Reddit, got a bunch of upvotes. We got pretty high up on the new and popular page on like itch.io, which was pretty good. And then looking at like statistics after a year, we have a little over 4,000 browser plays and downloads combined. And also, this was a week ago, we have 0 to 45 play times per day. And keep in mind, we're doing zero marketing on this game. I think this is indicative that there is a simmering interest for our game. There is an audience. It's just a matter of developing our game forward and reaching that audience. Now, here are some nice reviews from people on itch.io, and next steps in development. So we want to expand the core gameplay loop, we want to expand the game with more content, we want to polish the game's identity and style so we can make it more marketable, and then of course optimize our marketing strategy so we can begin farming wish lists on Steam, because that is important. That is all. Thanks for listening. I'll be taking questions now.
Boom. Yep.
Boom. I'm sold. Whatever I just saw, I'm not sure, but I'm sold for sure. Like, first, thank you for the presentation. It was a little fast, but you really had a lot to show. And this is maybe something for everyone here to learn. I really loved all the research you did. You put the game out there. You had users testing. You already had things now that you can potentially show to publishers or investors and show them, hey, we have the data, which is really a fantastic job on that. I'm really looking forward to play this later. I love this little marketing video in the start. What a beautiful way to, show this. It definitely, I wasn't taken back by Neon Genesis, but I was more thinking the 80s action movies like Snake Plissken, Return from LA, when they showed these future UI huts. That's what I felt, and it looks really polished. Looking forward to see this.
Thank you for the comments. Our artist did a great job on it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed this game. I'm sort of a fan of tower defense games, and this was putting some of those elements on its head, which I quite liked. And then it was kind of, okay, what strategy is going to work against these things? And trying to figure that out, I probably ended up playing your game the longest of all the games I was testing. So,
actually, the exact same scenario for me. And doing a bit of market research, it seems to be the only reverse tower defense game out there. So you've actually managed to find a unique aspect to a quite saturated market, which I want to really give huge respect for that.
Yeah, currently I think on Steam, at least what we found, there are only 2 other anti-tower defense games out there that we know of.
Really well done.
Yeah, the game looks brilliant, dope. Absolutely, yeah. Appreciate so much. Maybe, and being a fan of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yes.
Yeah, get into the fucking robots.
Yes.
Yeah, and maybe you need to dive deeper into the collaborating with the franchise with Neon Genesis Evangelion. Maybe.
I mean, Evangelion does a lot of collabs, but I'm not sure about that one. We might be a bit too small.
Maybe start with colors somewhere.
Bit too small yet.
Maybe. I mean, if you want to invest, I'll...
Anyway, thank you very much, really. That was great.
Thank you. You wanna add something? Just
one more note, because you just said you weren't sure about the collaboration. Just a note for all the students: you will miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You just reach out. It doesn't cost you anything, you know. I know it can be difficult, but just have the courage. You might be surprised.
Yeah, but there are many different aspects. For example, the thing is, we don't know what we're doing. We're amateurs. Like, and then it's like we have to go up to an investor and say, oh, we have this business plan. Oh, we are going to make this much money. And we can't say that with a straight face because we literally don't know what we're doing. So like currently, strategically, the safest thing is just to like self-publish and like invest as little as possible and see what happens, at least from a risk-taking perspective. But that might change.
I love the understanding you have in what you do. One tip just for life: no one knows what they are doing. Everyone is winging it.
Take that note.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. My question is just, will there be Genesis Evangelion Easter egg somewhere?
I mean, I think there already is. Like, I think like some of the like tooltips has like a reference to like Neon Genesis Evangelion, like one of the songs that plays in the like movie, and there definitely will be references.
Nice. Okay, I think that's for this game. So thank you, Esko. Okay. And then we have one last team remaining, and that team is Team Discordant, Game Discordant, and Sambor Sabo. So let's see the trailer of Discordant next.
Hello, I'm Jonne from Team Discordant, and allow me to present our game Discordant, a unique rhythm action game where you defeat your enemies by parrying their attacks to the beat of an evolving soundtrack. So, in the game, you play as a young member of a Nordic tribe, and you are tasked with returning the sun to your tribe and ending the everlasting winter. Our main goal when designing the game was achieving the flow state, and we have found that two genres are really good at hooking players and putting them in the flow state. One is action combat games, mostly from the isometric viewpoint, but also rhythm games where the music and the gameplay combine. So how do we do that? In the main loop, you defeat enemies by parrying attacks, and every single enemy attack lands to the rhythm of the music, and we have a designer created custom beat maps for every single song, so it's not only on the straight beats. Then, besides normal traditional movement, you have a short-range dash to reposition yourself and control some of your enemies. And then, the second twist on the music genre is that the soundtrack keeps evolving. When you enter a combat arena, the music is quite calm and the enemies are not very hostile either. They attack very infrequently. However, as you keep fighting them, the music keeps getting more intense and the fight gets more chaotic as well. In the game, you will find various different enemy types, which will challenge both your sense of rhythm, but also your positioning and crowd control. So this way, we augment rhythm games with action game elements. We also have environmental hazard and some light platforming segments, and on the macro scale, the combat arenas are broken up by some exploration segments and platforming, and we also plan on introducing unique boss battles. Now, about our players. First of all, our players would enjoy rhythm games, but also they would lean towards the more non-abstract art style. Most rhythm games are very abstract or very explicitly humorous. However, Discordant is an experience that you can immerse yourself in. Second, the game is very challenging, and we want to lean into that. We feel that there is a huge amount of satisfaction that players get from mastery, and Discordant is perfect for that. And finally, we want our players to be immersed. So because of that, we are mainly targeting PC and consoles. We want our players to be in the game 100%. And in terms of market research, we have found that many of these hybrid rhythm games, such as rhythm roguelikes, rhythm shooters, and rhythm bullet hell games have found magnificent success. Also, the rhythm gaming community is very enthusiastic about trying new games, so they are eager to explore the market. We have extended Fmod, an audio middleware, to allow us the curation of new content quickly, and we have also chosen Unity to deploy to many platforms easily. And we have calculated that by slightly extending the team and getting 1 to 1.5 years, we would extend the game to 3 hours. It would be a complete experience and be sold as a single purchase premium game on Steam. And because it's a rhythm game, players expect and want to have DLC, so they would sort of, on the long term, we would have a secondary revenue stream through that. And with that, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Nice. That looks so good. But how about jury? Do you think it looks good? Yeah, you look good. Yeah.
What kind of feedback have you gotten so far?
Our feedback has been mostly very positive. We have found 2 main player types, those that sort of have some trouble first getting into the game, and our tutorialization needs to improve to sort of allow these players who are less familiar with rhythm games to play. However, the people, especially who have some experience with rhythm games previously, they get hooked very quickly, and they are very enthusiastic about it. And actually, we have had a person speedrun the game as well, and we have seen some potential there. So if you want to include some metagaming elements, it would be mostly about mastery and sort of this deep getting into the game.
Other questions?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to testing this, but yeah, I think you have your bases covered quite well. Like one thing that I just according to your pitch and the trailer, I was thinking, could there be more juice in the game? Like if you think about rhythm games, like just like when you complete when you have a nice block you get next tempo. I don't know how to call it, like next level on the soundtrack. Just have like more like effects and like epic feel there. I didn't see that here. Maybe I was sleeping, but maybe that is something, thinking about rhythm games, maybe that could be toned up even more. But I don't know. What do you think?
The game is still in development, and that is one of the areas that we want to focus on to make you feel even more accomplished.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Great job. It's really good to hear that you have been playtesting the game to improve the onboarding, which is really a lesson to everyone here. This is how you get people to play your game. You can either watch them without helping them to see what the issues are, or put the thing out there and maybe collect some metrics. It looks super beautiful. I'm really intrigued to play it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else from the... Okay. Well, thank you. Looking forward to test this game. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, so that was all the 11 pitches and all the 11 teams and games. They look awesome. Yeah, you did it. Thank you, jury. So that we are moving on a game testing soon, but so that the jury get a little bit space, just a moment before starting that, you'll have about 20 minutes time, have a break, go outside if you like, or go into one of those silent boxes behind there if you need that. And yeah, So jury's game testing will start about at 3 o'clock. We are ahead of our time, for just to let you know in the stream if you're thinking about this. And you will have about a little over an hour time for testing those games. I will guide you with where to start and how to go forward with the games. And after that, on this side, we will start speakers. So those will be around 4. And there will be Inari Bornholm, actually, talking about diversity in the game industry. And then there will be Jarno Kallunki-Mättö, a.k.a. Killi, here from HypeHype, who was talking about making games at hyper speed. So a little bit about prototyping, so this will be interesting for you. But yeah, for now, let's have a 20-minute break, and then it's time for game testing. And you at the stream, I will soon share you a link where you can go game test all the games here, and then go vote your favorite. And yeah, and we will be having live stream from the other side, from the game testing also, so stay tuned. Yeah, thank you.
You are live.
It's live. You go.
You go, we go. Yes. Let's see. All right. Welcome. Welcome to the HypeHype office. Now it's exciting time for some gameplay testing. Judges are out there playing with the games actually, and teams are there. Everybody's excited. Let's see if we can ask a couple questions from the teams maybe. Yeah. All right. Bask on that. So many games. Good energy here. Let's see. Where should we start? Let's find somebody who looks bored and vulnerable. Hello. You are on camera. So, how are you guys doing? What are your feelings after this, like pitching sessions and everything? You wanna go first, or you?
Well, you can go. Yeah, this is all of his mouth. All of them are really interesting, and I was like, yeah, nice. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired.
Do you feel like it's a competition, maybe?
It's maybe a bit of competition, but also I just think it's very interesting to see all these different kind of games from like very different kind of backgrounds.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like all the final games are really interesting. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm happy I'm not the judge because their brains are gonna melt after all this. Like what was your favorite game? Like
favorite? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Like we haven't tested them yet, but I think the time game, the first one, looked very like potential, and the party game as well.
Yeah.
Like I really want to test them, but for me this doesn't even like feel competition because it's so fun to see what other students have done with their games.
Do you think you're gonna learn something on this trip?
Yeah, probably, definitely.
Like what kind of things?
No, that's like generally, I think it's like just kind of like to see the industry because like we have just begun this like I'm just feeling like school learning all of this stuff, so it's fun to see like look ahead and see what this kind of like what this world actually is.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for like teams all around Finland. We hope to make this even bigger every year. Yes, definitely. So I hope you enjoy your stay here in the capital and enjoy the competition. Like take notes. Cheers. Hello. You're from the same team.
Yeah, same team.
So, what have you learned so far?
I've learned a lot about scoping.
Scoping.
Yeah. I see many of these games, they have like a really tight core idea.
Yeah.
That's something that I've struggled with a lot. So
yes, you're not alone with that. No.
It's cool to see how when you have the core idea, it's very simple. Then it's easier to extrapolate from that.
Indeed. Yeah, I like to like one tip I usually give to students is to think like a snowball. Like just have the core. Like if you have a good like idea, like a basic mechanic working on already, then you can add stuff. But if you like start building an MMORPG and then you start like failing all the time, missing the scope and deadline, then the whole process is going to be depressing. But if you start small and add to that, then it can be exciting, the whole process. So really interesting stuff. Do you agree with the scope?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Do you think your game is in a good scope?
Well, Mänteater, yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, it was. I really liked your game. I really liked the part about your game that it's just like just releasing it, finishing a game. If we keep it simple, that's a really good skill to have, especially for a student, because like everybody wants to make the next like Elden Ring or something like that. So everybody wants to make the really big games, but like just making the games, keep growing, keep building. I think it's you're in a good place with that. Yeah, good luck with the competition.
Thank you.
I go bother with other people now. Let's see find the next victims. There's a judge. We don't bother them yet. All right, let's go here. Hello, everybody. You are in candid camera. So one of you is gonna fall through the floor anytime now. Okay, you did it. Fantastic. So, hey, how are you feeling right now after the competition?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, this is like our third competition or something.
Yeah, I said after competition, but after pitching, I was supposed to say. It's quite loud here. It's getting hot in here. What's been best so far on the competition?
I mean, it's exciting to see, the other projects, because you've only been focused on the one, so it's fun to see how others have progressed.
Yeah. Do you think you can learn something from others?
Oh, definitely, from everyone, something from everyone.
Something from everyone, yeah. Awesome. So, how do you feel about your game at this point?
Really confident.
Confident?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome.
Great feedback.
Yeah, that is important.
Yeah.
What has been the worst feedback you've got so far? And why?
Probably the art stuff at the moment.
Yeah, revealing the great flow of our game.
Yeah.
Something
It's
that
work in progress.
Yeah,
definitely. Something that we maybe hadn't considered as much, but now it's our number one priority. I think. So again, learning.
Yeah.
Great.
Well,
but now you know what to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of refreshing to get negative feedback for once, because we have pretty much always been gotten positive feedback, and you don't really learn much from that.
Yeah, it's a balance.
Yeah.
You need to get some feedback, but especially in the beginning, it's not really useful to destroy.
Yeah, because you don't know what next steps to take if you only get positive feedback. Of course, that it means you're on the right track, but still you want to improve.
Yeah, I always say that you need to think like game industry professionals, veterans, or mentors, like grandparents. Yeah. Like you should listen, but you don't have to obey. They might be wrong, but but in that sense, collect all the feedback, respect all the feedback you get.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll learn something from everything.
Definitely.
And good luck with the competition.
Thank you. Yeah.
I go bother with some. I go bother other people now. I don't know how the audio is. I hope everybody hears. There's quite a lot of background noise here, so I can't hear myself. Let's find a spot here. There's no judge there, so we jump in. There is a judge there, so let's not bother them right now. They have limited time for every game, so I don't want to take it. There's judge 2, there's judges everywhere. No judge there, let's go there. Is it a judge? No, it's not. Hello. Hello, everybody. You're in camera now. Oh, sorry to bother you. Katja is most needed. Everybody's running away. Like, they need the picture here. Hey, you're in camera again. So it's just taking rounds. Like all of your team, really knows what's your job, and they run away and yell your name. So the good job doing the pitching and everything.
They know that I'm the only one who's very excited to to be here and to present the game and talk to the cameras. And I enjoy being in front of the camera.
Oh well, nice. Embrace it. They don't. I noticed that. Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. There's all kind of skills needed. But pitching is important. Just polishing your message. What do you want to say when you want to say it? It's really important skill. So everybody in your team, take notes. But how are you feeling right now? It's end of pitching. Now there's some judging going on. How are you feeling about this competition so far?
It's been really fun, and I really enjoy my time here. I mean, I'm very excited and so happy to be here. And I really like pitching, and I'm going to study marketing next autumn. So this is great opportunity for me.
The kickstart.
Yeah. And I really enjoy this. This is my, I don't know, this could be my passion or something. I don't know, but
well, you're in the right place.
It's been so nice here.
Oh, awesome. So what do you what do you think are your best learnings so far? You've seen other games, heard feedback from judges. What comes into mind?
I don't really know. I mean, this is a great learning experience for everyone. And I mean, I've liked so many games here, I've seen here so far, they look so great, and I really want to test them. Like,
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
definitely. There's so limited time.
Yeah.
So many good games. I'm really happy as one of organizers to like see so many good games from the finest of this year from the game industry students. So yeah, let's hope we can bring more teams around Finland here next year and see make this even bigger.
Yeah, I recommend this to everyone. Like, if you want, like, if you have a game that you want to present to somebody, just bring it here.
Yeah.
It's not even that scary to be here. Like, at first I was like, maybe like I'm a little bit nervous, but then I go here and it's so chill and like everyone's being so nice and like
We try.
all the staff are very nice.
We try.
So like, yeah, just bring your game here.
Oh yeah, you really you have a good go with the marketing there. Thank you so much. I will pay you later. But yeah, it's a free marketing trick. But yeah, it's thanks for the feedback. I think like I'm so happy. No, it's so I need to dodge because judges have so limited time. So I'm not taking any of your time to test all these games.
It's just I need 4 players.
You need friends. You need a friend. Okay.
Look at how that's going.
Yeah, we keep going. Okay, we need to dodge the judge. Next game. There is an opening there. Well. Hello. Hello. You are in camera. It's a trap.
Oh no.
It's a trap. Trap is sprung. So, hey, I'm Jonne and one of the organizers. So, how with that threat, like threatening you, like how are you doing? How are you feeling right now after the pitching sessions and seeing other games of the other people? Like, what's the feeling? What's the feeling in the room, like they say in Japan? It's hot here.
Not hot enough.
Not hot enough?
Not hot enough.
Oh yeah, dude. Add up the steam. The sauna time. So, how are you feeling?
You asking hard questions.
I know.
Well, what can I say?
Yeah, well, how do you think about the games from the other teams? Like,
There are quite a few games that really look like they would be so much fun to play.
yeah, well, that's I'm really happy with all the games. Like the games in this final. Like, I want to see more of them. I hardly have time to test them all, but like. Do you think you've learned already something from other people pitches or the comments of the judges? Like,
Well, I think there's also always something to more when you're looking into marketing and target audience and such things.
Yeah.
I'm very traditional programmer, so no marketing for me.
It's not your like highest passion.
No.
But you did well, and like you said well in your pitch, like making games takes surprisingly long time.
Yeah.
Especially if you do it alone. But like still, it's a good thing to keep in mind that making games takes a long time. Like there's a saying that making the game takes 10% of the time, and then polishing it takes actually 90% of the time. So there's when you think you're done, there's quite a long way to go. So
there's always something to do more.
Yeah.
To make the game feel better.
Yeah.
And so on.
So do you think is your game how finished?
Not really finished, no.
Like 20%, 50%?
I really don't know, actually.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Not for you. It's a general problem. It's hard to say when the game is ready.
Yeah.
All right. But do you have a last words before I take your soul?
Oh dear. Please don't take my soul. I still need it.
That is, well, that was right answer. So thank you for your time. We go bother other people now. Cheers. Ooh. All right. Next victim. As a bird of prey, I take some distance and see 3 people and then I'll attack. Hello. Hello. You're in camera.
Hello.
You can hold it. My hand is actually getting pretty tired. Yeah. So, because I don't have a boom or anything. So, hey, I'm one of the organizers. Happy to have you here. How are you doing so far? How do you feel after all the pitching, like pitching yourself and seeing other people pitch? How do you feel?
Feeling pretty good, and seeing the other pitches was really fun. Many really high quality and polished and very nice ideas here. So, yeah.
Yes.
Eager to go around and try a few more. But of course, I also need to look out for the judges coming to play our games.
Yes, but you have a team, so you don't have to be stuck all the time on there.
Yeah, of course we can take shifts.
I need to like your game being a written game like that. I think really needs to be experienced. So is your game playable there outside like the other games?
Yeah, of course it's playable right now, so you can also give it a try if you want.
I will come soon, not on this stream yet, but I will come after that, and I need to feel it, how it feels. I'm a really big fan of rhythm games like Duet, or like a Pulse on iPad, Duet on iPhone, really fantastic, small, abstract, like rhythm games, like you said. So I'm really looking forward to trying a game.
Yeah.
So
we'll turn up the volume and then you can enjoy the game to its fullest.
Good. So what do you think is the most important thing, what you could learn here today?
Mostly seeing the judges and also our peers playing the game.
Yeah.
When playtesting, I really like observing people and not really talking to them because that's how they will experience the actual game. And this is a great opportunity. And also seeing how what ideas the other people have with the other teams and seeing their little tricks and maybe incorporating a few, as inspiration.
I don't know how prominent it is today, but like earlier, most of the students were really scared of showing their game to anybody because they were like, oh, they're gonna steal our idea. So you think it's there's a great value on letting people show your game to people, streaming it, like showing it on stream and letting a lot of people play it. So
yeah, I feel like hiding the game is not really the good idea because you learn from other people playing your game and you also learn by playing other people's games. So I feel like everybody gets the most benefit if we work as a community.
In worst case scenario, you make the game alone in your closet 5 years and then you release it and there's 10 games like it. But yeah,
could be.
Could be. But hey, I'll go catch next prey. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to trying that out.
Thank you.
My hair a little friend. Yeah, I know. There's
Is this an interview?
Yes.
Of course. What's your first question?
How are you feeling right now after all the pitches?
That's a good question. I think pretty good.
Can you hold this?
Yes,
my hands are really tired.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have strong hands. I've been to the gym.
Yes,
yeah,
I know.
Exactly. So
I don't know how I know it. But
okay, it's fine. It's good.
Okay,
it's good.
this is
but
weird. Go.
Yeah, but basically, feeling pretty good. I think it's kind. In the pre-competition, we were the last ones to pitch.
Yeah.
Now we were the last ones, which was kind of good. But on one hand, it was kind of tense. Waiting, seeing all of the other people's cool games, and then being like, oh no, this is now it's our turn, and then and it was fun. It was fun, and I'm feeling good. We got some really nice feedback from the judges. We're getting nice feedback from people, and it's just so nice to see all of these great games here. It's just really cool.
Yeah, it's quite inspiring. Yeah, how do you feeling about your game at the moment?
About in the context of this competition or in general?
In the competition, let's start with that.
Okay, I would say we have a good shot at winning the novelty category.
Yeah.
Other ones not so much. Maybe if our game's aesthetic can carry us, maybe that also we have some chance at that. But I think in the novelty category, I would say the biggest opponent we have right now in the competition would be Discordant, which funnily enough is another Aalto game. But by contrast, they have a bigger team and they're also actual game design students. We're just random bachelor students from Aalto. So yeah.
Okay.
But it's fun though, and it's nice, and I think it's really fun to be here, competing against them, and just being here in the finals in general.
Do you feel it's a competition? Is it a bloody one?
I would say it's not a bloody one. I mean, it's not a bloody one. It's just really nice. That's super accessible, and I would say it's all in very good spirit. But of course, at the end of the day, it is to some extent a competition. But I think everyone wins just by getting feedback, getting the game out here, and it's nice to network with people. It's just really fun overall.
Yeah, we hope so.
And I don't think that the competition is bitter by any way or it feels bad because sometimes competitions can get like that, and this is not like that. I think.
Yeah. I think that's quite common sentiment in the whole game industry in Finland. There's a healthy amount of competition, but not bloody one at all. Just seeing how you did that such a cool thing. That's nice, and getting inspired from that. So
exactly.
Fun. That's fun.
Yeah.
All right. Really unique game. Best of luck. Let's see who I will bother next. It's a mystery. That they have no clue that I'm coming next. Nice. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. There's a
Hello.
microphone.
How close can I speak to this?
I don't know actually. I'm just throwing it around, but we have an audio guy who's sweating there in the room trying to make it
Alright.
sound good.
Good luck to him then.
Yeah, good luck. Godspeed. Oh, so nice to see your game in action. Like
Yes.
it's a little bit different experience on a phone probably than
Very
seeing
much.
it on the video on the screen.
Yeah, very much. You can't feel the vibration through the screen.
Yeah, that is interesting. I wanna feel that, but I'm not here to test your game yet.
Yes.
I'm just going through all the teams right now.
Yeah.
But like, hey, how you doing? How you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very well. The excitement was very hard in the beginning. Like my heart always starts racing, even though there's nothing to worry about. I always get like the heartbeats going
Yeah.
through my chest, but
It
it's over now. It's gone great.
Yeah, it might never go away.
Yeah.
Might be energy you can harvest for like
Yeah.
every pitch.
There's like very nice people here, nice competitive, like nice competition. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
what have you learned so far?
Yeah, that's a good question. Didn't see that one coming.
We at least learned that it's very important to know the value of your stuff.
Yeah.
Like for example, we got an insight that our product is more valuable in the health tech industry than it might be in game industry.
Yeah.
But it has value on both.
Yeah, that was also a big surprise to me, and a thing I didn't actually consider in the beginning.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of options. There's different ways to monetize your product, so to say, your game.
Yeah.
And it's a really nice touch that you have this like, so to say, soft value added to your product. So that's a really nice touch. So I'm just looking at it all the time. It's distracting me, so it works. So yeah, looking forward to trying that out. Do you have like, would you recommend participating Bit1 to next year's game students, so to say?
I would say yeah, definitely. Like not only to meet new people, but like see different like every person have their own visual about things,
Yeah.
and they might give like very good like good information that you didn't consider before. And you can also meet friends.
Definitely. Like these people might be your future colleagues
That's
in
true.
so many different ways. So
Yeah.
it's every person you know and especially work with, it's a really valuable experience. All right. Do you have anything to add, or should I take the mic away?
You can take the mic.
I can take the mic away.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Is there victims somewhere? I tried that out. There's I turned to the old man. I am. There's a judge. Judges everywhere. This is our next victim. Oh, did we go through them already? No, I didn't. I just talked with them on a break.
Ja sitten niistä valitaan satunnainen otanta ja sitten
Hello.
niistä osataan.
Hello. This is attack card. It's an interview.
Oh no.
So, how are you guys doing? Like so far? Pitches are over. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling relieved, I guess.
Relieved after
Yeah.
pitch.
Yes.
Yeah. Was it exciting?
Well, always. You can always interpret it as being very, very scared and anxious, or you can interpret it as being very excited, and it's better for your mental game if you try to think of it as being excited.
That is the Buddhist talking in you. Yeah, that's a Buddhist way of thinking, indeed. But yeah, it's really interesting. So, like, how do you feel about games of the other teams so far? It's a competition after all.
Well, to be honest, I'm very worried. It's the other teams they have polished their games a lot. Some of them look very, very professional, and there's a lot of fantastic ideas, and the execution of them has been, from what I can see, very good. I haven't gotten to play test any of the games really, except maybe the Orcs on a Train here, which is they came from the same university course as we did, so we've tasted their game a bit. But other than that,
that was a common debate when we were thinking about games that can apply here. That like, is there a time limit you can take for working on your game? But it is not so clear cut. Like some games look really polished after 3 months. Some games don't look that much polished after 7 months.
Yeah.
So the time is not a factor. It's like how people work on their games, what kind of pressure they get. Like a 7-week game is a quite interesting project. Like at least your neighbors had. Did you have how long have you been working on your game?
Well, technically the same amount,
Yeah.
but if I can put something in our defense, we have had trouble having team members stay working on the game. There have been people who have started their other jobs, and some have flaked out, and others have had health problems and so on. But we've done our best with the resources we have.
Yeah, well, it's always as a student project. There's a lot of changes, people coming and going. Priorities are not so straight. When there's somebody not forcing you to work for money, then it's always a little bit different game. But yeah, so like, what has been the best thing, like, or the most valuable thing you have learned so far in this competition? It's a really simple question.
Presentation is key, maybe.
Yeah, okay. That's a really good. What do you mean? Like, do you want to elaborate?
It's very hard, even if you have a terrific concept for a game, it's very hard to tell that to people if you don't figure out what exactly are the very core parts of your game and bring those out in a very concise way.
Yes.
And some of the teams have done that very efficiently.
Yes.
We have much to learn from those.
Yeah, there has been really good pitches today.
Yeah.
And it's that is something in general students usually hate. In every course, there's pitching and pitching and pitching, and I don't think people understand the value. But it is about UX. It is about thinking your game clear enough so you can deliver the message in a good, in a fast and effective manner. So that is really important. It's not just something that teachers bully you with, making you pitch 7 times a course. It is a skill.
Yeah.
But it's a really important point. But it seems your judges here, and they have a limited time to try all the games. So I'll let you to Apo's hands and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'm having a hard time remember which games I haven't tested because oh yeah, that's Animal Planner. That's what we need to go through. Orcs on a train. I've already discussed with. Timeless is up. Yeah, they're up. Hello. Hello, Timeless. This is an interview.
Is that a mic?
That's a mic.
That's adorable.
Please hold it. My hand is very tired.
Okay, I'm holding it.
So, hey, nice having you here. How are you feeling so far? Seeing all the pitches, pitching yourself. How are you feeling?
I mean, how fun is it?
Just don't swallow it. Everything should be fine.
I mean, okay.
It's a candy. It looks like a candy, but it's not. I promise.
I don't know what kind of candy you're eating, but
Weird
no.
candy. Please go ahead.
Anyways, our pitch, I think, went great. Our leader, Baradia, is not here right now, but we think he did a fantastic job. There was actually a tiny bit of a mix-up with the slides, but he powered through like a champ.
Nice.
And
that is a skill.
we're feeling pretty good. We saw all the other pitches, and we've had 2 judges now play our games, and both of them have given us really nice feedback.
Nice.
And we feel actually surprisingly confident.
Oh.
At the very least, in the sense that we feel like we actually made a good game. We feel like there's a lot of potential within it.
Yeah.
So no matter what happens with the competition, I think we're gonna be happy because like it's been really nice here.
Nice.
Yes.
So, like, what would be the most important thing you bring with you after this event? Like learning or something?
Well, like I said, feedback. Like I said, it's been nice, but that doesn't just mean it's been praises. It's also been, they've been telling us like, these are the things you can focus on more, and that's really good to hear. We've also gotten advice on how to start marketing and everything, and that's really good to hear because as students, we have done this from the, the point of view that we love making games. We
No, that's horrible.
Yeah, I know. Like,
why would you do that?
I know. Why would we be in the gaming industry if we want to make games?
Yeah. Just go drill oil or something.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
real work.
Yeah, just give me a boring office job and I'll be happy there. No.
We like boring. All right.
Yeah, but it's been really valuable. Just getting the feedback.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to having you here. I think I'll let you go. Maybe you have a couple more judges around.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
And good luck. Good luck all. I think I have 1 or 2 teams left. Hello. Hello. This is an interview. you stepped into my trap. There's your game.
Yes.
So, is it your first time in a competition like this?
Yeah, it's my first time.
So, how are you feeling so far?
It's fine.
It's fine. Like, how are you feeling about after pitching and seeing other teams pitch? Have you learned something?
I'm attending this competition alone, so obviously I don't have the same kind of resources as the others. But considering what I have, I think I did my best.
You did great. No worries about that. So, what do you think would be the most valuable thing? You coming here alone, maybe? Like, what's more valuable thing you can have here?
Yeah, I think it's just getting more confidence and putting yourself out there.
Yeah. Maybe. Have you been talking with other teams, other people here? Like, have you learned something?
I think the judge is going to play my game.
Oh no, judge is going to play your game. I think you need to focus on that.
Okay.
So, thanks for your time.
Thanks.
All right. Are we done? I think I have a team. True and true. Did I got through all of them? I really sorry if I didn't, but I'm pretty sure this was an organic thing, so I think I had every team. So, that's about it. So, a lot of let's wrap it up. So basically, a lot of energy. It's getting hot in here. I hope you hear something. It's a lot of noise here. It's really fun. It's a lot of I'm really as an organizer, I'm really happy with the quality of the games and all of this energy we have here. So I'm just happy I'm not the judge. It takes so much brain power to go through all of these games. So that's a pro tip for all of you future pitchers. When you pitch a game to anybody, think about their brain power. You want to make it easy for them to grasp the idea. The quality of the pitch is really important. The shortness of your pitch or your deck or anything is really important. Just only the important things, nothing else. They will ask the stuff. It's a good sign that they left a little bit starved, craving for more. So I think we'll wrap it this really organic, chaotic interview session here. Thanks for watching and play these games. You have the ability to do it even back home. So have fun. Sorry?
And we've been doing pitches, we've been game testing for a long time now, and there was a lot of great games. It was fun, and there was really nice chatting going on there, and it was sad to kind of stop it for a moment, but we have prepared a few speeches for you. So our first speaker is actually already here, so we are having Inari Bornholm here, who's a narrative designer, but I'm not telling more about Inari because you actually are introducing yourself. So yeah, Inari is telling us about game design, and I think that is something that interests maybe few of you. So let's give it a hand for Inari.
So hi everyone, can everyone hear me over there? Yeah. So I didn't know what to present to you all the way up till yesterday, something like that. So I recycled some old talk I gave to students a few years ago about emptiness in game design and how to give emptiness a purpose when designing games. Because what I noticed when I was teaching a few years ago is that students tend to add more and more content when sometimes you just need to go down the opposite way. So the talk might include discussions about sensitive topics, so feel free to get out when those come up. I won't take shade on of this. I'm just warning because some things might be difficult at some point. So hi, my name is Inari. I'm a game designer that happened to have focused on narrative design over the past few years. I'm also a certified player experience, accessible player experience designer, and I've been working in tabletop RPGs first before moving into video games about 10 years ago. My pronouns are she and her, just in case. And at the moment, I'm working at Next Games as a senior narrative designer. So for those who don't know them, we've been bought by Netflix, so we're making IP-based games. Just little things about my family names. Don't try and remember my original name. Just use the one that is most convenient for you, because it's a bit tricky for everyone anyway. So in the past, I've been working for Ubisoft, for smaller companies. I've been working as an indie. There's a lot of things that I was able to see both in companies and coaching students. I've coached about 75 student projects. So it's a bit more about 200 students that I helped over 3 years, something like that. And yeah, there's a few things that I remember from those times coaching. So first, just for the reminder, design comes from the French dessin, which means purpose. So if you're designing without the purpose, are you even designing? You're just putting mechanics together. So to design is to give purpose. So be mindful of what of why you're doing what you're doing. And the other part is emptiness. What is emptiness? It's the state of not being fulfilled or filled at the moment. So the title of the conference of this talk might be a bit of an oxymoron, but we'll discuss it. So yeah, emptiness, if we had to sum it up, is the possibility to be filled. There's a lot that can be filled depending on what you want to do in your games. It might be meaning, it might be mechanics, it might be aesthetic. Yeah, it's just a space of opportunity instead of the absence of something. It's another way to look at it that can provide new insights, I hope, after you see it. I highly recommend the video that is at the bottom of this. Since I'm supposed to talk not for too long, I will not show it to you because it's about 6 minutes long. But it's talking about the concept of ma in Japanese cultures, which is considering empty, the void and the full as being part of a continuous spectrum, and that we have to manage the balance between both and the rhythms, so that we can provide experience that are memorable on the long run. So if we look into the Japanese concept of ma, it's using those two. Is that a pointer? Oh, I don't know. I tried. So those two kanjis actually use keys. It's the way you build them, but this outer one is the door, and this is the sorry, it's a screen. It is the moon, so it's the light that is going through the door, and that's how we can think of it. Like, it's not the door in itself, but it helps determining its overall lines and how it exists in relation to the rest. Because if you put all the doors together without leaving room for light, it just becomes a wall, and it's not a door anymore. So most of the time when I'm trying to design a very simple tool that I use to try and provide people with the purpose and give them a better idea at what they're doing with their mechanics is using Simon Sinek's golden circle, the why, how, what, which describes the reason, why am I doing this thing, the how am I doing, how am I accomplishing this, and what is happening in the end. I've been working on this for player fantasy recently, where the why would be the player fantasy itself, the how can be transformed into game pillars for those who are familiar with this, and the what would be your game features and the various elements that you put into your game. And you have to be able to see the hierarchy there, otherwise that means your feature in the end might be too much. Just doubling down on what Simon Sinek said, basically the statement he makes when introducing the golden circle first is that companies tend to focus on the outside in. They start by the product and then they go all the way to the message. Whereas successful companies like Google or Amazon are starting by the why, and then they found out the product they want to provide to increment on that specific vision of society. So I selected 6 examples of different emptiness that have been used in video games. I tried to be inclusive of disciplines that are not only game design. So let's dive into it. So the first one, in my opinion, would be mechanical emptiness. This is not extensive, like the why can change depending on your game. It can change depending on your feature. But overall, one of the good things about mechanical emptiness, in my opinion, is to make the player feel powerless. And for that, you remove the capabilities. I can watch there, it's better for the back. You can, by removing what the player is used to be doing, you can twist their expectations and create new mindsets that require them to be adaptable. The example I'm giving on the next slide is Transistor. For those who haven't played it, when you run out of health in Transistor, you just lose one of your 4 skills. And so you have to reconsider the way you will be interacting with the rest of the environment, because you're not able to use your full skills at the moment. And if you die a second time, you lose a second skill and a third, and then you're dead. It's a very nice digressive mechanic that allowed the player to change their mindset on a very regular basis if they're not good enough for the game. Other games that are mentioned on the previous slides, I can just get back, would be Assassin's Creed. The first one, when you played it, if you've played it, you start as a super powerful assassin, and something happens and you get back to the apprentice level and you've lost your health, your skills, and most of the things. But you've had this amazing feeling of power in the beginning that gives you a long-term objective, like I want to get back there, but at the moment I'm feeling super weak, so I need to fight to be able to get there. So there's a video about Transistor to show about the mechanic I was just telling you about. Again, I will not show the videos in the PowerPoint for time purposes, but Ida has the link. I hope she can share it with you afterwards. Second one would be spatial emptiness. It's mostly about level design, but it also can be about the art that goes with it. When the environments are too cluttered, it's very hard to engage with them because there can be information overload. And so having something that is less cluttered, well organized, can provide the players with the will to engage with the environment, understand why it's put a specific way. It's also a way to pace your game. We tend to add more and more action, especially in modern AAA. So putting those spaces the way For example, Tears of the Kingdom does. I'm not a huge Zelda player, but they use the concept of Ma very thoroughly. Yeah, it can create some sense of contemplation, of quiet. It can be also dangerous when used too much. It can create loneliness, like it does in Sunless Skies, for example. You have very specific points where you have interactions, but in the meantime, you're traveling at a very slow speed, and yeah, it gets lonely out there in space. So the example I'm using here is Nier Automata. You're playing in a post-apocalyptic Tokyo where there's literally no living soul. And the tall buildings and the huge open spaces are a huge part of the narrative there, because if you dive a bit into the game, it's about existentialism and the purpose of existence in a world without God or masters or without a reason overall. And that, again, is a good use of emptiness in level design. It's not the only game that did it well. Journey did it as well, where the very few elements that you can interact with are all very rich with purpose, but in the meantime you're exploring the ruins of a civilization. Sorry. No, wrong one. Then there's the descriptive emptiness. In my opinion, it allows the player to interpret a lot. Especially when you're going for casual or very arcade games, you have to give just a thin foundation about what you're talking about, and then the player can build upon it and create their own fantasies about it. The example I'm using there is Ape Out, where you're playing a gorilla escaping a zoo by killing people and making people kill each other. But a good example would also be Space Invaders. If you just look at the mechanics that they have, you're just guns shooting at aliens, but technically you're defending towns, and there are players that are invested in trying to give life to the characters that you're saving, which are actually making you score in the end. Yeah, limited information can open the door for creating links, because as humans we tend to fill in the spaces ourselves. So if you fill the space, there is no place for interpretation. So just providing the right amount of information can be a very interesting way to go. Again, for mainstream-ish sources, we can use Dark Souls or Elden Ring, which are not very descriptive if you play just the main game. But if you dive into it, you find pieces of information that you want to tie together to be able to figure out what the narrative is. Which is sort of what the game is about, if we dive into it. Another video I will not show you, I'm really sorry. Yeah, the beginning of Ape Out, you just have your screen, the gorilla, the jail bars, and you move a bit, and the game starts when you kill the first person, and it's just frantic from there on. But the game doesn't need more narrative. You know you're an ape, you know you're trying to get out, and that's it. You can try and have pacifist runs. It's a bit tricky, but it's doable technically. Yeah, there's a lot. Then there's the social emptiness. Not having too many interactions can provide different things depending on the game. The one that I'm picking there is The Stillness of the Wind. Sorry, I forgot the name, which is the the sequel to Where the Goats Are. You're playing an old lady whose husband just died between the two games, and it's about the loneliness and taking care of the farm when everyone has left, and you have very bad. There's not a lot of juiciness because you're old there, but you get every few days you have people that are coming there. You interact with them, and you create that link day by day. And it's a very good experience about loneliness and empathy and trying to get connected to the people around you, even though you're isolated overall. Don't play this when you're already depressed, please. But yeah, the game gives you a lot of room to give it meaning, and it's sort of the goal of the game. Then you have the graphical emptiness, so not overflowing the player with information, providing a quiet environment. Sometimes you want a quiet environment, sometimes you don't. But you need to have this balance to allow the player to rest, because if you're giving too much information all the time, then the information becomes irrelevant and it will not even be taken into account. So yeah, just giving it a rest sometime. It's also more accessible for players. There's people with difficulties taking in a lot of information. So by all means, less is more sometimes. Can provide opportunities to work on peace of mind, on contemplation, on meditation. If you've played, I don't know, some merge games, they're very low as far as details go, but it allows the player not to be crushed over the amount of details that are provided to them. Over the few games that I noticed when I came into the room, there are some that were too heavy on details when they could have been easier to watch if we just lowered the level a bit. One of my favorite examples is Gris. It's a platforming game about giving the world its colors back. You start, there's no color in the game, and your goal as a player is to gather red, green, blue, and then black to be able to get over the phases of grief. It's a very powerful game. To me, it's a masterclass in narrative design because every element of the game is going into the same direction, be it level design, graphics, game design, music. It's 2 hours something. I highly recommend doing it. I think it's the last one. Auditive emptiness. It allows a lot of things. One of the most used in general in games is in survival horror games, where you have the silence that is just creating anxiety and making you worry that something is going to get you in a few seconds. The example I picked there is from Mass Effect 3, where at the beginning the Earth is attacked by an alien species, and when they're firing their weapons, the instant right before it hits nearby you, you have this second of silence, which you're expecting the explosion, but it's not arriving right at the moment you expected the first time, and it creates momentum and calm before the storm. It creates a very different relation to the noise that is incoming, because it creates the anticipation, and it's very nice for this. Well, the video is not even there, so I cannot show you definitely. Oh, it is. Ooh. I had to change it today because the former one was removed from the talk. In my defense, so a few things, a few tips, if we will. So subtractive design is the art of removing things that are not necessary to your game. So if something you're doing has only one purpose, there might be a solution for you to remove it altogether. Try and have multiple purpose for every feature that you put in. Sometimes it costs more removing something. I've been seeing that a lot in AAA. Then let's try and give more purpose or more value to the features that we do as designers so that the player can enjoy them a bit more. Second thing, prioritize your features. Some things are not worth the time and effort you put in. If you put tens of hours for a feature that the player will play for 30 seconds among 80 hours game, there might be some resources better allocated there. So be sure to talk with your producers and your colleagues to know, is it worth it? Like, aren't we spending too much time on a very specific thing that no one will experience? And if you do that carefully, you can manage your timetable a bit more precisely to get to the point where you can do it when you've done everything that is important first. And the last thing that I mentioned a bit in the beginning, the feature creep. It's very easy to dive in. As designers, we are in a passion work, so we're more often than not, we're excited about what we're doing and we want to add something more to enrich the experience. It's not always doing that. Sometimes it's going the opposite direction, and it makes things even harder for you afterwards to manage. Because if you want to add, if you're adding one thing, then one thing, then one thing, well, the last one you'll have to add, you have to think about the relationship it has with everything that was created previously, because it can create bugs, it can create inconsistencies, so be very careful. And I made a mistake in the bottom sentence, but think of your game as a garden rather than as a storage space, because you'll get time to put your ideas in other games later. And yeah, final word. Thank you. Are there questions? I don't know.
Is it on?
I don't think so.
Is it no? Now it's on. Yeah. Questions? Okay. I will just repeat it so. Like, yeah, I'm like, how to repeat this question? Like, how to like not be nitpicky and like. How to let go.
Yeah, I would sum it as I have to let go as a designer. Unfortunately, unfortunately, to me, being designer is to be human first and foremost, and we have to take into account the human experience as a whole. So sometimes it means changing ourselves as humans, and there it's about letting go, which is not easy for everyone. If you look into it, I have a friend in Finland that made a thesis and a tool about interpretative design and how to design for interpretation. It's Emmi. Do you remember her name, Jonne? Kärnä. Thanks. My best guess is to learn how to kill your babies first, which I know is a bit hard on every designer, and look into different ways of designing, because in the end it's all about tools, and sometimes if the tool is not the right one for what you want to do, well, you have to change how you're doing it. I will quote the Bible there. I'm not very religious, but if your eyes are preventing you from seeing the truth, you should remove them. Well, yeah.
You know what to do.
Yeah, so overall, I cannot teach you how to change yourself, but perhaps try designing role-playing games and leave empty spaces there. No problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Then letting room on the narrative design?
Or about game design or whatever.
Yeah.
I killed all of you. Yeah,
just have to say that the Stillness of the Wind. If you haven't played it, please try it. It's amazing. Yeah. But hey, thank you. So let's give it a hand. There. And our next speaker is from here, from HypeHype, and he's Jarno Kallunki-Mättö, but we know him as Killi, so give it a hand to Killi. There you go. There. The stage is yours. True.
All right. First of all, it's been a pleasure seeing so many people here today, and thank you for the organizer setting this kind of like a thing up, and all the games and the pitches and all this stuff. There's a bright future ahead of you and ahead of the Finnish games industry. That was something that I remember in Finnish Game Awards just 1 or 2 weeks ago. There was some discussion about like the game industry, the seasoned people are like getting gray hair and stuff like this, but There's no gray hair here, except maybe a couple, but good things happening. So my name is Killi, and a few words about me before going into the agenda. I've been working in gaming industry for about 15, maybe 16 years. I started working at Microsoft Xbox, working on Xbox consoles, games, projects like Halo, Minecraft, Forza, Gears of War and such, but also several India games as well. After that, I learned about killing my babies. I like that kind of like quote. So after that, I went to hyper-casual business. We did around 60, 70 prototypes, and only one was published in the end. And we market tested maybe 30, 40 on iOS, on United States. So we killed a lot of babies, and it was hard. I can still feel it. So when we discussed with Ida about like what should I talk about here, I first thought about coming with the prototyping thing, how to kind of like what I've learned and mostly failed in my career about like making and ideating games, putting those out, learning something on the go, and making that hard decision of whether to iterate or kill, or kind of like continue with the development. But then here discussing with many of you, I heard that people don't actually know what we're doing here with HypeHype, except now we're having these events here, but we're not event organizers only. So we actually are building something kind of like cool. And I think that it might be something worth sharing, what we're building and why we're doing that. And maybe in the end, it might give you some at least opportunities or things to think about on your kind of like a way towards making even better games and more games in the coming years. Short intro. So who we are? So HypeHype, we are ex-Frogmind, a little bit over 10-year-old games. If people have played or you know a game called Badland, so we are the makers of Badland, and it was a super hit game back in the day. And it was made by two people, our co-founder Johannes, who was part of making that game. And it's an unlikely story because the first game actually was the hit game with over 100 million downloads in the premium era. So it was something that rarely happens. But it gave this company some kind of like good learnings. And after that, many games being killed and some games out. But 3 years ago, that Badland that kind of like gave us this company the power to build something and grow and have more people here to try to build proper games for the future. Badland back in the day got something cool, which was level editor, and that was something that engine we want to take further with the new thing that we felt that needs to be solved. So I don't know why I have these slides here, but I'm going to go super quickly. There's lots of mobile gamers here in the market. One thing that kind of like has changed a lot here, while I go towards the solution, is the hyper-casual explosion and UGC games, including Roblox and such. And also we all know that how TikTok kind of like change the human behavior in a way that now videos are shorter, even Spotify songs are shorter, and games are shorter as well. So all these things in the market, we felt that they were something that kind of started thinking about that if we wanted to build something to help us build better games, but at the same time build something that helps also others to make games such as us did with Badland. So we've been making games, and normally our games, they make years. There's games we've been building for 1 to 2 years, and a lot of money, lots of time, lots of love poured into our product. And then in the end we tested and it didn't work at all, and we had to kill those games. So kind of like all these risks are something that's ahead of you and ahead of all of us working in the game industry, highly competitive industry. This is probably something that I'm asking always here, like what you're going to do with your games when you have something cool. All these games here were so cool, and seeing like some said that we might put it to Steam and maybe some kind of like a speculative kind of like roads or avenues towards like consoles or maybe even mobile. But the truth is this, my kind of like thinking is that the publishing and discovery today in the, let's say, Google and App Store, maybe other stores as well, it's broken. It's broken because if you put a game out there it might never find even single player. It's there with the 6 billion other games over there, and unless you have a publisher partner or you have some expertise in the part of your team doing user acquisition or monetization or other kind of like these things, which indies and smaller studios don't have, normally you might need to go towards the publisher. And the publishers, they are mean. They do market tests, and we know that because when we tested and we felt the games were good, the market showed that they were not good enough, and then we didn't get a deal, and then we just have to try to get more money for the runway to figure out how we survive. But it's just so hard and so competitive nowadays, and it's not good for the makers because you want to have players for your game and maybe pay some bills. At the same time, it's so hard for the players because if you go to the App Store or Google Play, how do you find games? In TikTok finds you videos, but if you go to App Store and try to find a proper game, those charts might be filled with some games that are actually not so good, or you need to search something like with a specific keyword to find it there, and that's something that I don't like. Well, then, what I talk about early is that we thought that if there's some kind of like way of having more people to make games, and this expertise, what we've done with Badland, having the level editor in 2013, it gave us confidence because almost 1 million levels were made with Badland back in the day. So we had our own engine, and we thought that how in the hell you can do pretty much anything with your phone, and your phones are so powerful nowadays, but then you can't make games with those. Well, we soon found out that it's very hard to make those platforms, that you can make actually proper games with phones, but that's another story. But that was something that kind of like challenged us, and we were like, we have to fix this, and there's something around this kind of like a topic that interested us. So what happened next? This was in 2019, the end of 2019. Johannes did a prototype of HypeHype. At the same time, there was this. We were thinking like what to do with our own games. Should we do the 6th game and prototyping things and such? Roblox was growing. We saw that now there's like UGC games were growing like super quickly, and hypercasual games as well. And it was just before the COVID, and TikTok exploded at that time, and it changes everything on video and social media world with almost in a couple of months. It just changed how people discover new video content, and now with TikTok over 1 billion monthly active users, that's the number one app on that sense. So what we kind of like we listed then that all right, if you're like starting to make we start to make games, and this applies to all indies, it applies to young guns, and it applies to veterans, and it applies to studios. You need to find like some proper engine to make your dream come true. You need to code, or you need a coder or such. You need to work with like art and different services or things like that. Maybe after that you might have a game. Of course, this all requires hardware and money and investment. And then if you suddenly have that game, then you need to figure out how to do the marketing and user acquisition, maybe some YouTube influencers or TikTokers nowadays. All these things, it's just so much. And the TikTok kind of like inspired us, so I'm going to show like where we are today, with of course with the TikTok like video and what we kind of like built today from concept to prototype and what is now in the testing around the world, and it's called HypeHype.
Are you bored of the same old games? Get HypeHype. It's like TikTok of games, always new stuff to play, made by anyone. Just swipe up and tap play. Come on man. That's too easy. Play and chat with your friends. Or just chill out and watch clips and streams. You can make anything with your phone. Games, multiplayers, animations, no coding needed, and for free. Get the app from HypeHype.com. How to create a game. Start from scratch. Or remix any game you like. And make your own version. Publish game with a tap of a button. Congratulations, you're a game maker. Follow top creators and learn how to make games. Comment what's your first game.
So that's a proper TikTok-like trailer from the fabulous Samuli from our marketing team. And that's basically HypeHype. It's just one app. And what we thought is, and something that, for example, Roblox does pretty well, is that you have the whole platform in your hands to do all the things required in being successful in making games. And our kind of like what we believe is that anybody can make games. And that's where we have pivoted this company to. We've done this for now 3 years, and now we have something pretty special. It's open in Finland and Filipino, and we believe that it might also provide some tools here for you as well to test out and get some learnings on the go. So I heard here with the pitches and many times when I talk with students and teachers that making games takes time. With HypeHype, making games doesn't take time. It can be done in hours, it can be done in days, it can be done in weeks. It never happens in months. I don't think that we have any game made with HypeHype today, even though we're an early access editor, that ever took a month. I can't bet my life on that, but that's my current thinking. There might be some. It might probably be my game or something because I'm not a coder. But all these games, they're made by one person. It's made in hours, and with the current early access version of the editor. And that's something that we think that is super important, especially when you think about like making games and then testing some new idea, getting feedback to that, and making that decision whether to continue it or iterate or something like this, which is related to the prototyping. When we did the HypeHype thing, you saw that I would imagine that when you start making games, you start from scratch. You have the template, the empty canvas, and then you can start building something cool for that. Of course, using maybe some templates or something. With HypeHype, what we did with HypeHype is that we're mobile first app. And the mobile first app means that when you have an idea, it might come to you when you're on vacation or you are in a bus or you're somewhere, and then you're like, I have this idea, should you like have a pen and paper, start putting things out. But what we kind of like with HypeHype, we wanted to take this one step further, which means that when you get an idea by playing someone else's game, so with HypeHype, and remixing is something that is very common term with many different entertainment mediums, but with games, remixing isn't that familiar. So with HypeHype, what we did is that we give that option to start from scratch, but we also have everything is open sourced, which means that when you find any game on HypeHype, whether you like it or not, you can always dive in instantly in a second and start building your own take or game or level from that. And that's the kind of like thing that we think that people shouldn't need to start from scratch. It's something we think that everything is remix. Even here, like seeing a couple games got inspired from like Rampage from like I don't know, is it 80 or 90s games, but like that's a kind of like a remix. It's inspired from that. So we just wanted to make it our core and key feature, which means that when you see something, you can go in and you can make your own take on that. Then people might go that, all right, it doesn't feel right. People go and they clone my game. But we also solve this because like we want to have everything transparent and giving the kudos and recognition to the original makers, and eventually also the money can be split rightly based on data. It's not mobile only. We started with mobile because that needs to be solved first. We want to make sure that there is 1 billion game developers or game makers in the world who never got the tools, who don't have Windows or PCs or Macs or money to buy licenses or Unity seats or whatever. We want to make sure it plays on all devices. And currently HypeHype already runs on iOS, Android, Windows, Mac. It also runs on web browsers. So if you actually open any link or any game of HypeHype from your Twitter browser, you can actually start playing without downloading that there. So it has to work on all the devices, cross-play, cross-platform, and cloud saves. All right. This is a little bit deep down for why it can be something worth testing out, even though you might have your own expertise or your own focus on Unity, Unreal, or other engines. One thing is that, as you see the remix over there on the left, is the way of like how fast you can learn from others. Because if you find someone who can make games, you can go inside their games and see how they built it. You can kind of like continue from that. You can learn from others because everything is open source. And that's something that we think that the remixing is super important. Everything is transparent, so you can see also who made this, who made the first one. You can jump to the parent of the game. The other thing is it's a no code game editor. It is no code. It doesn't mean that it's not powerful. It's our own engine, runs full physics, 3D engine, and it's something we actually last year when we published Badland Party on Apple Arcade exclusive, it was done with HypeHype. Apple just doesn't know that. But we basically use our own engine all the time. We just opened our own engine that we use to build proper games. We just put, we are now opening, and we have opened that to everyone to build proper games as well. And then the thing that's the most interesting here, and what I love most about HypeHype is the playtesting and publishing instantly. It actually works like social media. See, in social media, when you have something you want to put out, you actually post it. So we don't even call publishing, we call it posting. When you have your thing ready on your phone, you can playtest or whatever device, you can playtest it instantly, and if you're happy with what you got, then you can just press and publish it, and it's out immediately. And when it's out, it means that it's immediately goes out. It's not like in some queues or some review person in Cupertino goes and checks and says like there is some metadata is wrong and it comes as rejected. Some experience on that. So it actually goes out instantly, and our algorithms start serving that game to all the HypeHype players or potential HypeHype players that matches that the meta or signals. And that's a market test. That means that people get to see your game, they get to play your game, and that's when starts the whole kind of like, let's say it can be prototyping or the whole experience. And you'll start to get feedback, and you'll start to get data, and that helps you then doing your decisions going forward. Everything is UGC. It's not limited to UGC. This means that how many people here do art, for example? Can you like, is there artist here? No? 1, 2, couple? 5 maybe. A little bit, that was like a half. So half artist, half something else. All right. So you can make games with HypeHype, but currently the guys over there in the back, they're actually building asset importer, which means that when we are ready with our vision, it means that the artist making models or making sounds or audio or whatever can upload these things to HypeHype, and game makers can use those, which means that you can make money from your assets by putting these here. At the same time, you build your portfolio with HypeHype. Means that if someone, we have couple people helping us, like testing the new asset features, and they have their assets here, and then there's already like hundreds of games made by using those assets, and the portfolio actually is full running games using the assets from these artists. So it's not out yet, so no, you can do it yet, but that's something that's going to be like big, and we believe that it's going to be a billion assets for there, and lots of opportunities for artists and such. And then the one thing is cool is that there's a lot of teams here. So we already have collaborative editing, which means that we can do online, we can do these games online together in real-time collaborative mode. It works already at the office. If someone is interested, we can maybe hook you up at some point. But when it's gonna come out, it means that we have these cool, like you have these teams here, so the teams can collaborate with HypeHype, cross-platform, and in real time making games, which makes it even faster to make games on the go. And then the last thing, this is super important in terms of like games that you don't need to build all these features on your own, let's say online multiplayer or social features. All these are integrated into HypeHype. When you do games in HypeHype, online multiplayer is there already, leaderboards are already there. You can just drag and drop these things and then make these work for your game and tailor these so they fit into your own vision or your own creativity. So that's something that's in there, and that's something that's when you go to App Store or Google Play, you see games, you go and you download these games and you don't know what the feature set is. It's always different for different games. And if the game doesn't fly, usually the developer doesn't put any more effort into that, which is sad. But here, we want to take this out and integrate this part of the system, which means that you can focus on making proper games, and then these things like multiplayers or features that are very common in different games, they are something where only that you need to drag and drop and make those integrate to your game. Well, I have one slide for prototyping. I asked from, I don't know where I said that I wouldn't say, but I'm Ali Reza somewhere. Ali Reza. I think you made your first game with HypeHype. Was it like Global Game Jam? So for Global Games, and I actually had to see the numbers. So this is like couple examples, and I've been asking like several from many students, for example, that when you make a game, how many people do you get to play that game? Is it like tens or hundreds? What happens when the project ends, and does it go to store? And how do you validate the game and the potential? These are like couple games that, for example, if you put like a simple game on HypeHype, already in couple countries where we're open, so we're not open in globally yet. People get hundreds of players, and I had to check Ali Reza's first game. He actually did that based on the editor timing. It was 7.5 hours. So the first game Ali Reza did for Global Games was 7.5 hours. He's not here, and I think it got like 250 players for that game already, and it was pretty cool. I mean, like the game is not a masterpiece, but I mean, like the game is kind of like a good kind of like a first game for HypeHype. And I'm waiting to see like more others. When I saw the timeless and what the guys been doing and the team been doing that, I'm like, hey, I want to see these games on HypeHype at some point as well. But the key here is that you'll get to see the stats of the game like you see the stats on social media for your Instagram posts or YouTube videos. And then you also get the comments. People actually give you feedback. They can say you what's good, what's bad, find bugs, whatever, like in playtesting or prototyping. And these all help you to continue because you can update the games. You can start from minimum, you can start prototyping, you can throw ideas out, and if something sticks and the numbers and the data and the feedback is like, this is cool, then you can continue. Maybe you'll find a team from globally to help you. And that's something that is very valuable, and that's the thing and the beauty in HypeHype. I guess this is the hype slide. So in Filipino and Finland now we have 350,000 games and hypes made. Why we actually call these hypes is because, well, HypeHype, you make hypes. I guess it makes sense. But it's actually because you can also make animations, interactive content, memes. You can do art galleries, Christmas cards. There's people who've been making art galleries and such in Filipinos already. So if you take the controls out, it just changes the type. But I guess the games is what is designed. But at the same time, it's not limited. So, but there's lots of games made already with the early editor we have. All right, our thing and what we try to be and what we think that we hopefully someday can do is to find and give proper tools to make games for 1 billion people, what TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram have done with videos and photos. And this is something that we are all in and we want to do. So my kind of like an invitation or challenge or such is to, of course, test HypeHype, give us brutally honest feedback, because we have probably some babies with that product that we need to kill. I'll be honest with that. And half of the time we think that we don't even know what we're doing. But I guess the key thing is that you all here, we're doing the tools not for us only, we're doing the tools actually for you, for all of us. So if something is missing, something doesn't work, something doesn't feel right, that's the feedback we kind of like are looking for. And what we want to do also is that based on the discussions that we've had with Finnish schools and students and others, the HypeHype as a platform provides these opportunities to learn hands-on game making super fast or hyper speed, which can be hours or can be days or weeks. And it doesn't mean that people need to jump from Unity or Unreal or something to HypeHype and then that's the switch and you'll never go back. But we've found out several developers who come to HypeHype to prototype and test ideas, even though they might still build the idea on their main platform, if you will. Because we don't have monetization and we don't have scale yet, we're in early access. At the same time, it provides proper tools for prototyping. So that said, what we are doing, starting or piloting, starting in August, at this office and the back where you were presenting your games, what we're going to do is we're going to start the first Hype Academy. And the idea here is that it's probably going to be 3 to 6 months long period where we try to plan topics that cover all the practicality and hands-on that all the failures that we've done during our time in game industry. And there's lots of seasoned developers and data people and marketers and developers and artists here at HypeHype, building HypeHype. At the same time, that's something that we felt that it might be worth piloting and giving these topics and tasks and start working together with the community and student as such. Of course, we get the feedback as well, because when people start making games, then we can finally do proper tools for game developers and artists and such, and test these things together. So there is a win-win situation. But this is new. This is pilot. We actually put the website out like literally 2 days ago. If someone is interested and testing and probably failing us in our first pilot, coming to do hands-on game making with HypeHype to our office starting in August or later, check it out and apply, and we'll try to have the first set of participants by June, so we can tailor the content to better suit for the people who will be part of the pilot. At the same time, please do, if you have time, please do download HypeHype, play, try the editor, tutorials, and give us feedback. And if it feels good, please do publish some games, and maybe some games might get traction, and maybe that's something that might help you on your way towards like making more and better games in your career. So that's the HypeHype thing. Sorry that the prototyping, I had only one slide on that. So now the HypeHype thing is opened, and maybe next time we're gonna go a little bit deep dive. Maybe in Hype Academy we might have like one topic is like a super fast prototyping and killing babies, of course. That sounded terribly wrong. Baby prototypes, killing baby prototypes. So thank you for listening. That's HypeHype, and good luck whoever wins today. I think you're all winners based on the games at least I saw, so that's cool. Thank you.
There, is it going there? Okay, thank you, Killi. Now you know why we are here and what this place is about. And actually, I might try the HypeHype because this might make even me a game designer. So let's try out.
I forgot to tell that I'm not a coder. I've run 29 games in 2 years with HypeHype. And one of my games, I was like so proud when I saw to Ali Reza. I went like, Ali Reza, can you see? One of my games got 40,000 players and 240,000 plays. And I was like, that was so cool. And the game, you have to test it out. It's a game where you just jump out from top of a building and you don't have a bungee rope. So it's, well, you know what's going to happen. But the idea
That's
in that
fun.
It's fun because the idea is that you have to do it with style, and the style counts. So try it out, and so I'll have more players. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give it a one hand. Well, again. There you go. Okay, and it seems our judges are ready, but I will need 10 minutes for them letting me know who's going to win. So, Jonne will be giving our last speech. So, 10 minutes, how about? Yeah?
Just cut me short when you need.
Okay, let's do that. So, come on stage, Jonne Taivassalo, game designer.
Hello, everybody. So, I'm the filler. I'm the episode where we all just go and eat ramen because there was some cancellation. But I'm pretty happy with this list I have in my hand. So I took a mission somewhere midway of the first half of the pitches to actually just pick 1 point, one like important point for students and beginner game developers from every pitch. So I have 11 points here, maybe 12 or 13 points, but I tried my best to try to pick just 1 point from one example. So unfortunately I can't show slides, I had no time to do that, but you can imagine, I have a name, a game team name, so you can use your imagination and think like really cool trailer running in the back of that game. But yeah, like there was so much, like so many fantastic games and great points that came up. But I tried to keep this short. So first game that pitched today was Timeless. And one thing that I want to point out was to remember to do your research. Like one thing that stood out from the Timeless team was that they had done some research. Like there was a game market. There was the game genre was thought out, a new combination. So often when I see first-time game makers, they just start. Maybe they have a mechanic and they just start building on that, and it's fun. It's a great way to learn. But if you want to make game that has a bigger chance of success, maybe remember to do your research. Play other games, see what they've done, think about the genre and other parts. All right, so next pitch was actually Bucket Brawl. So I have to say that obviously you need to remember to have your bucket list, obviously. Like, it's a cheap shot, I have other points. But like, what I mean with this is that whenever you make a game for whatever reason, being a student or junior or professional, try to achieve something. Try to think, okay, this project, I'm gonna learn this thing. And maybe even tell that to your team. Like, it's okay if you have you want to focus on the technical shader side or something like that, whatever is your example, on that game project. Tell that to your team, and then build on that. And if everybody talks this in a game student team, then you can make a really cool game where everybody learns something, can cross something from the bucket list. All right. Next was the Mänteater, and they delivered really important point in my opinion. It is whatever you do, just finish it and ship it. Like nothing else matters. Like if you have a really epic game you've made 17 years in your closet and never release it, I think you have a really nice game in your closet. But like try to make, especially if you're starting in the career, just make games. Just make games, finish them, ship them out, and you will learn every time. Every time you pitch your shitty game, I'm not referring to any of your games, but whenever you pitch that game to any of your friends, your family, anybody, you will learn something. And it's, I remember when I released my first game in App Store, and I was so surprised from everyone's 1-star rating and every 5-star rating. They were more surprising that people loved the game. So it was, you will learn something from releasing the game, publishing the game, posting the game like you do in HypeHype. So you learn every time you learn something when you show it to people and you finish it. It doesn't have to be, what I mean with finish, it doesn't have to be perfect. All right. With Cardosseum, very important point what we actually discussed in the interview part with the developer is that think about when you're pitching, like think about the brain power of the people receiving the message. Like pitching is a skill. It's all typically it's a burden. Like when students go to the game development course and they have to pitch 3 games during that course and they're like, I hate pitching. But pitching is important. It's all about the message. Like Inari said, like it's the emptiness, leaving stuff out, just saying what is needed, and only that to deliver the message. If there's extra questions, that is perfect. Like if you arouse people's curiosity with your pitch, then you're done your job. If you tell everything and people is like, oh, well, that was a lot, then you might have missed the point. Well, I'm not talking to you. There was a reaction in the audience. I mean, the pitcher side. We're coming to you later. No. Okay. Next game pitched was Animal Planner. And one thing that resonates was the developers wanted to make even the players happy. And I'm just, my point is like I said on my feedback part, you can make your players happy and think about monetization at the same time. Your players are really happy if they get more games from you. If they love your games, they're gonna be your fans. They wanna see the next game. So don't be shy about the monetization. There's many ways to do it, and if you succeed, but then maybe you can pay your rent, you can eat food, all that kind of stuff, that makes it possible to actually make more games. So don't think monetization as something nasty or evil or too difficult. Ask around, you will get help, and if you succeed, it is possible. If you succeed, then you can make more games. All right. Okay, next game was totally not Space Invaders. And I had to remember the acronym. I only had the acronym here. Like, what was it? TNSI. But anyway, totally not Space Invaders. I think I got it right. So something really, really important that I think you're all, the pitching teams are quite familiar already, is that making a game, it's like 10% of the time, and polishing the game, it's like 90% of the time. It takes surprisingly long to actually get from the, oh, this game works, this is nice, now let's just finish it. You might be surprised how long does it take. There's a saying that it's 10% of the time to make the game and 90% to finish it. It's like developers from Flambear, they say they make a game in a week and they polish it for a year. There's a different kind of sayings, but like getting game from done to ready, reserve some time to that. Next game was Swipe Miner. Next pitch was Swipe Miner. So all I have to say, I think the most important takeaway that I want to point out was the polish part again. Like you can have so many good ideas, great features, stuff there that work together, but like there's like a small touches that you can actually elevate the game to the next level, and it takes time. It takes 90% of the time. Like we have all the parts here. It's fun. It's great. It looks good. It has extra value. But like to make it ready, there's small nudges you need to do everywhere. All right. Next pitch was the Chronological, and here I want to say steal with style. Like the most interesting part here was that the whole game core mechanic was actually stolen from a mini game from another game, and that is really important. You can find like mechanics to carry your whole big game from a side thought of a different game. And in addition to this is to play broad. Play games you hate. Play genres you hate. Play games that are not interesting at all, because you can learn something from there that you can put in your game and really do something innovative. Like have a shooter with like painting mechanics, like stuff happens. That is a game that is made already. All right. Okay, next was Orcs on a Train. And what I want to point out here is that 7 weeks is a short time to make a game, and it's really, really, really okay to have the game all over the place after 7 weeks. Like when you start making game, you have this creative phase. You just everybody pulls stuff together and you make a game. And that is perfect place to be after 7 weeks or even like longer time. Like just pull your game together, like add stuff, and then when you have it playable, then you can start polishing the turd. Make a shitty game first. I'm not referring to you directly. Make a shitty game first, and then you can like make it rock. Like, but you need a place to start. Like you just can't. Like my programming teacher said in university, like a well-designed game is utterly not done. Like you can design and program. You can develop and design at the same time. All right. And next, you might know what is like tower attack game. So what was the most important thing that we learned there? Do you remember? Nobody knows what we are doing. Just go out, do, make, nothing else matters. Like nobody knows what we are doing. And finally, 11th game pitched today was discordant. And here is a double-edged sword. Juice it up. Like if you add juice, all the graphics and shakes and epic particle stuff too early on your game, you might get distracted. You might think you have a good game when you just have a nice looking game. But at some point, juice it up. Add stuff there, make it feel good, make it cool, make it feel good to lose, make it feel good to win, make it cool to almost succeed. All that kind of stuff. You know, you've played games like this. It's a nice touch you add in the polish phase, probably. But that's my something like 13.5 points that are really important, nothing else matters. You heard it here first. You can send me money, I don't know, but thanks for listening, and go make games, nothing else beep matters. Okay, cheers.
There. Then I'm gonna find the other one, it's also here. You have it too. Hoarder. Getting all the mics there. Okay, so we are at the end of this day, and it's about giving some awards out. Are you ready for that? Yeah, yeah, okay. Good, there is still someone awake here. Okay, that's good. So, our juries, Abo and Yasmin, please come on stage. Here is your microphones. And I'm gonna tell you the winner, but they will tell why. Because, well, they made the decision, not me. So, so we are going to start with the audience choice. This got most of the points, and it was almost half of the points. And the game is Bucket Brawl. Come on stage. Here is your diploma. Here you go. Congratulations. We will take pictures later. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and the second one, there should be like some exciting music back there, actually. But hey, next one, technical execution.
So we chose this game.
Yeah.
It feels like a whole experience. It has a complete thought process behind it. There's a clear developer vision. It's a really fresh take on an old genre that we really liked. It is
Tag. It's the tower attack game. Come on stage. Here you go. Congratulations. Ah, here is. Yeah. They were also. They were deciding, not me. I'm just handing the paper. Okay. Next one. The best of the category uniqueness.
So this one, we chose the art and uniqueness. It had an excellent soundscape. beautiful, really immersive. It felt like I was home. Don't think where I live. It's a beautiful place. It's got a beautiful theme with complete vision on game design, and it feels very immersive. The winner this time for art and uniqueness is
Timeless. It's a timeless game. Come on stage. So where you live? Here you go. Congratulations. There. And then the best of the category, commercial potential.
Yes, the reason why we chose this game, it was just beautiful, wholesome. It had innovative puzzle mechanics and really solid and proven meta that actually lends itself to a lot of different monetization models. So the winner of the category is...
It's an Animal Planner. Come on. Here you go. Congratulations. And then it's time. We only have the one last one left, and it's not the last one, it's the first one actually. So, do you want to explain?
We really liked every single aspect of it. It was difficult for us to find something to criticize about the game. Eventually, when we did find what we wanted to criticize are not actually design flaws or incorrections in the game. It's more of a design path where they should be going next regarding the interviews we had with the development staff on the floor. The winner is...
The winner is... It's a bucket brawl. Come on stage. Come on. Here, come, whole crew here.
There's only a couple.
Indeed. And let's give one of the microphones here. We have KP Hiltunen from Neo Games.
Hello, it's nice to be here. So it's nice to see that there is a lot of people attending to this Bit1 award or Bit1 competition, and you see the buckets. You get the buckets. It's vain yksi ämpäri per talous. Only one bucket per household. So, but typically this Bit1 award is presented in the Finnish Game Awards Gala. We have been doing it for years, and it kind of shows how much we respect the Bit1 award. But unluckily, this year it wasn't possible due to the schedules, so we were a bit off from each others. But I wanted to come here and present this award to the winner team. As you can see, it's not engraved because I didn't have any idea who is going to win. So, but yeah. I would like to present this Bit1 award as a kind of token of appreciation, both from Suomen Pelinkehittäjät ry and Neo Games Finland for the work you have been doing. All of you have been doing, and keep up the good work and don't lose it. It's very
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Besides this trophy and the paper, you will get audience at PlayStack, so maybe you get a publisher later. And also, you're going to get a little bit more mentoring from professionals. We are trying to find someone who is like the best kind for you, so it will fit. So, congratulations. There. Okay. Thank you. I can take that. So, this was the Bit1 competition for this year. Thank you for all of you attending. Thank you for an awesome games and like really good pitches. And it was fun, even though it was a long day. I think I think I had a fun, but I hope that you also had fun. Thank you. And one more time, thank you for HypeHype for having us here. Yeah. Thank you.